Good morning, everybody. I'd like to call to order the October 1st, 2024 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, can we please call the roll?
Supervisor Nelson? Here. Supervisor Williams?
Here.
Supervisor Capps? Here. Supervisor Hartman?
Here.
And Chair Lavanino.
I am here. At this time, can you please stand and join the board in pledging allegiance to the flag? Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next item of business is the approval of the minutes from the September 17th, 2024 regular meeting.
Move approval.
Second.
Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call, please?
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Capps? Aye. Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
And Chair Lavanino.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Next item of business is our county CEO report.
Good morning, supervisors. I've got a few announcements today. The first one is just to congratulate and thank our budget team. The Government Finance Officers Association, GFOA, has awarded the County of Santa Barbara with its Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for fiscal year 24-25. The award is given to government agencies that improve the quality of budgeting and provide excellent examples of governments throughout North America. The award recipients must satisfy nationally recognized guidelines and have a budget that successfully serves as a policy document, a financial plan, operations guide, and communication device. This is the 28th consecutive year the county has received this, so kudos to our budget team on continuing that tradition. The second is that the county has received a $4.7 million grant from the California Energy Commission to develop electric vehicle charging infrastructure. This was the second highest grant award given. The grant requires a $2.3 million match from the county in staff time and capital investment, and the funds will support the county with a zero-emission vehicle and advanced clean fleet transition by installing 144 Level 2 and 36 Level 3 charging ports at 14 locations throughout the county. The competitive grant was put together by our county's General Services Department with support from the Community Services Department and Terra Lumina Consulting. So thank you and congratulations to our General Services Department. And speaking of General Services, I just wanted to do a shout out to recognize an employee, and that is John Green, who was selected as a permanent promotion to the Assistant Director of Facilities, Capital, and Energy. John is a real success story regarding succession management. He started in the county in 1997 as a building maintenance worker in the shops. He has since worked his way up through the ranks as a project coordinator, project manager, capital division chief, and is now the assistant director. John brings a wealth of experience and knowledge to the general services team, and we commend him and thank him for his service and wish him continued success in his new role. John?
For over 40 years.
And my last item is the county's United Way campaign, which is kicking off today and will run through the month of October. We have a short video to share with you today, and then we'll be joined by this year's charitable giving chair and our Ag Commissioner, Jose Chang.
For over 40 years, the County of Santa Barbara has proudly partnered with United Way, helping to build stronger communities through your generosity and support. By joining the United Way campaign, you help provide crucial resources to those who need it most.
United Way of Santa Barbara County operates multiple community programs, from VITA, a program for free tax preparation services, to full scholarships for local kids to attend United Way's summer learning and enrichment program, Fun in the Sun.
It's fun here, and there's nothing to do at home.
I wish Fun in the Sun was actually a regular school. I loved it so much, especially math.
The number one goal of the United Way campaign for the county, it is 100% awareness of all of the county employees.
Let's continue this tradition of giving and make 2024 our best year yet, because
together we thrive. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, give it up for...
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, CEO Miyasato. Good morning. My name is Jose Chang. I am the Santa Barbara County Agricultural Commissioner, and I have the honor and pleasure to be the chair of the Santa Barbara County United Way this year. With me today is also Rose Levy from United Way, and she will be saying a few words on behalf of United Way. Today, the county's United Way campaign officially kicks off and runs through the end of October. We are very excited once again to be having a gift basket silent auction where our departments are donating gift baskets with the money raised going to United Way. And lastly, I just wanted to say that what it is most important to me as chair of United Way this year is for the county, it is to encourage the county's tradition of giving and improving the lives of all Santa Barbara County. And with that, I'm just gonna, if it is okay, Chair, just a couple of words from United Way.
Thank you, Chair Lavanino, Board of Supervisors, Mrs. Miyasato. Thank you so much for having me here today. I'm so excited to be here. United Way has been in Santa Barbara County for over 100 years, having positive impact on children and families, and we have been partnering with the County of Santa Barbara for over 60 years, and we are so grateful for that partnership and all of the impact we've been able to make together. I'm so excited to be here on the kickoff of the campaign for 2024, and we look forward to working with the County of Santa Barbara for decades to come. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
And that concludes my report.
Great. Well, Saturday night, I will be at a United Way event in Santa Maria. We have the Mayor's Bash, and it never disappoints. I would say that. So we're going to have some fun Saturday night raising some money for, it's actually, the focus is on children's literacy, so great cause. Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have any announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, yes, I have a few announcements this morning. We posted an addendum to today's agenda on Friday, September 27th, adding administrative item number 29 to the agenda and amending the closed session agenda. Administrative item number 29 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is an honorary resolution of commendation honoring Thomas A. Costello for his outstanding contributions to the Santa Barbara community. In addition, the closed session agenda has been amended to remove a conference with real property negotiators item regarding property assessor's parcel number 105-330-002, corner of West Clark Avenue and Markham Street in Orchid, California, 93455, and this is in the 4th District. This addendum has been posted online and made available to the board and the public, and administrative item number 29 can be added to the balance of the administrative agenda. Additionally, we received a request from the supervisor to continue administrative item number 3. Administrative item number 3 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of October 2024 as Domestic Violence Awareness and Prevention Month in Santa Barbara County. Supervisor Capps is requesting a continuance from today's meeting to the Tuesday, October 15th, 2024 meeting in Santa Barbara. This continuance request has been made available to the board and the public and can also be added to the balance of the administrative agenda. Additionally, we received a request from the supervisor to amend administrative item number 26. Administrative item number 26 is from Supervisor Lavanino. It is to approve the appointment of Juanita Pineda to the Behavioral Wellness Commission, term ending January 1st, 2026 in the 5th District. This item should be amended to reflect an appointment to the Human Services Commission, term ending October 1st, 2027. And lastly, for the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that number is 805-568-2240. And that concludes my announcements for today.
Okay, thank you very much. Next item of business will be our administrative agenda. Would any board members like to pull any items from the A agenda? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, I understand you're pulling 18, so I'd like to speak on that, as well as a roll call vote on 24, and I'd like to speak on 25.
What was the last one? I'm sorry.
25. Yeah, just going to highlight that.
24 also. Okay.
I'd like to, Chair, I'd like to pull 22. I don't need a separate vote on it. Just want to highlight it.
Got that. And I'd also like to pull A18, which is already pulled. Any members of the public like to discuss any items on the administrative agenda?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on our administrative agenda today.
Okay, I'd like to now entertain a motion to approve the balanced administrative agenda except for 18, 22, 24, and 25, and let the motion reflect also the changes that our clerk read in regarding closed session amendment, the addition of A29, the continuance on A3, and the correction on 26.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Nelson,
Aye.
Supervisor Williams,
Aye.
Supervisor Capps,
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman,
Aye.
and Chair Lavanino.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, that moves us to our resolutions to be presented at this meeting. And Madam Clerk, can you please read administrative item number 1 into the record?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring the advanced revenue and tax administrative employees of the Auditor Controller's Office as the October 2024 Employees of the Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Claudia Ornelas, Andrea Labie, Erica Ruiz, Danny Forner, Josh Stewart Oten, Ariel Beltran, Marshall Bagley, Shen Liu, and Lamont Grissom. And anyone else who'd like to join us. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Claudia Ornelas, Andrea Labie, Erica Ruiz, Danny Forner, Josh Stewart Oten, Ariel Beltran, Marshall Bagley, Shen Liu, and Lamont Grissom are recognized for their exceptional dedication to the county as team members in the Advanced Revenue and Tax Administration, ARTA, Division of the Auditor Controller's Office. Whereas ARTA staff work relentlessly to prepare the annual property tax levy and make corrections throughout the year to distribute property tax revenues and intergovernmental revenues to cities, special districts, school and community college districts, and county departments. And whereas property tax administration and revenue distribution is a complex process with intricate and complicated rules requiring significant expertise, exacting precision, and continuous education. And whereas ARTA staff accurately and timely distribute over $1.2 billion per year in property taxes and almost $300 million per year in intergovernmental revenues to nearly 80 separate local governments, comprising the vast majority of funding for those entities and over 85% of county discretionary revenues. And whereas ARTA's customers include county taxpayers, county departments, cities, special districts, school and community college districts, financial consultants, and state and federal agencies. And whereas ARTA staff aim to provide outstanding customer service with patience and a smile. And therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that Claudia Ornelas, Andrea Labie, Erica Ruiz, Danny Forner, Josh Stewart Oten, Ariel Beltran, Marshall Bagley, Shen Liu, Lamont Grissom are hereby recognized as invaluable assets to the county as a whole and as individual employees, passed and adopted today.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Ed Price. I'm the Assistant Auditor Controller, and it's truly my honor and privilege to be here today on behalf of the Auditor Controller, Betsy Schaefer, to recognize a phenomenal group, our Advanced Revenue Tax Administration Group, ARTA for short, for the Employee of the Month Award. As their name suggests, this team is all about revenues. But trust me, what they do is much more than just numbers on a page. Let me give you a quick glimpse of a couple of their core tasks, something they quietly handle with skill and precision year after year, extending the property tax roll and apportioning collected tax dollars. Now, extending the tax roll might sound straightforward, but in reality, it's an intricate process that involves serious math. For every single parcel in the county, we take information from the assessor, multiply it by the tax rate, add other levies from other governments, produce a tax bill for the tax collector's office to collect. But that job doesn't just end there. Once the tax roll is extended, the team switches and takes on the next big task, and that's apportioning out those tax dollars that were collected. Simple in theory, but very complex in the actual processing. These calculations involve multiple steps and can stretch to 10 digits past the decimal point. This year, ARTA will distribute over $1.3 billion to nearly 80 different local governments in our county. That's real impact, and that means a lot of local revenue for our county, but also for our schools, cities, and special districts. So why do I highlight this? Because what may seem to be a routine and simple task is actually incredibly incredibly detail-oriented, and it provides essential processes for our local governments so that they can provide services and continue to thrive. And since the ARDA team does it so well, we thought we'd highlight them today because they are full of precision, professionalism, and always do things with a smile. Thank you.
And congratulations. Madam Clerk, can you please read administrative item number 2 into the record?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 2 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of October 2024 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Silvana Kelly, Executive Director of the Santa Barbara Breast Cancer Resource Center. If you can please make your way to the podium, and I will go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas in the United States, 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer in their lifetime. And when breast cancer is detected early in a localized stage, the 5-year survival rate is 98%. As a result, women should work with their medical providers to establish a plan to detect the disease in the early stages, which includes regular mammograms, clinical breast exams, and self-breast exams. And whereas the emotional, physical, and financial burdens of breast cancer have significant impacts not only on patients but also on their families, caregivers, and communities, requiring comprehensive support and resources for all those affected. And whereas the Santa Barbara Breast Cancer Resource Center plays a vital role in providing support services, patient navigation, resources, and educational programs to promote patient empowerment in the fight against breast cancer, as do other entities like Ridley Tree Cancer Center and UCLA Health Cancer Care. And whereas breast cancer survivors demonstrate incredible resilience and strength, serving as a source of inspiration for others and showing the importance of advocacy, education, and access to care in overcoming this disease. And whereas Breast Cancer Awareness Month serves as a reminder of the need to address disparities in breast cancer outcomes, particularly among minority communities where rates of late-stage diagnosis and mortality are disproportionately higher. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors does proclaim the month of October 2024 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month to promote the health of all residents in the County of Santa Barbara, and thanks the Santa Barbara Breast Cancer Resource Center for the crucial services and support they provide. Passed and adopted today.
Thank you so much for inviting me here to accept this proclamation. I appreciate it. Most of all, I appreciate the recognition that in Santa Barbara, what we have is a cancer care resource center, and all of our services are provided at no cost to the public. Many people don't know about us until they have to deal with a breast cancer diagnosis, but we have been here in Santa Barbara for 27 years. We're very unique in our community, and I know that the women and their families that utilize our resources are very happy to have the support of the public. We are a nonprofit, so we depend upon the charity of our community, and we appreciate it. What I want to let everybody know here today is that today we kick off what is called Pink Week, which is a series of free virtual webinars for anyone to participate in. They are to support and inform people about breast cancer, how they can deal with it, and how they move beyond cancer and in their survivorship health. So thank you so much for having me here today. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Ms. Kelly for being here and for all the work that you and your colleagues do. The free services is just incredible value to our community, and I was taken aback last year when you received the Local Hero Award from the Santa Barbara Independent to hear just how many thousands of people your work has touched. So thank you.
Okay, that takes us to Madam Clerk, can you please read administrative item number 4 into the record?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 4 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino, is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of October 2024 as Cybersecurity Awareness Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Chris Sherwick, Gary Coverdale, Andre Montessori, and Greg Milligan. And if you can please make your way to the podium, and I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Santa Barbara County recognizes the vital role that the internet and information technology play in the daily lives of county staff and residents, and the internet users and the nation's information infrastructure face an increasing threat of malicious cyber attack, loss of privacy from malware, and significant financial and personal privacy losses due to identity theft and fraud. And whereas during the past year, the county has been maturing and strengthening its cybersecurity posture through additional policies and updated systems. On September 21st, 2021, the Board of Supervisors adopted 20 detailed National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST-based technically cybersecurity policies. Cybersecurity policies are utilized in the governance, risk, and compliance GRC system for all departments to manage their adherence to these policies and controls. And whereas the county cybersecurity program has expanded countywide with annual cybersecurity training for all county users required for continued use of county technology resources. The yearly required training launches every October, and the county has recently added a training and certification path for all department security officers. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County does hereby observe the month of October 2024 as National Cybersecurity Awareness Month to recognize the importance of cybersecurity and encourage citizens to engage in safe cyber practices in their homes, schools, workplace, and business. Passed and adopted today.
Thank you, Chair Lavanino and members of the board for this important recognition of Cybersecurity Awareness Month. In today's digital age, safeguarding our systems and data is more critical than ever, and this resolution underscores our collective responsibility to stay vigilant. Our efforts to promote cybersecurity awareness, train staff, and implement strong security measures are key to ensuring that the safety and resilience of our county operations and community. We are committed to working together to protect our county's digital infrastructure, and this acknowledgement helps drive our ongoing efforts to strengthen cybersecurity practices. Thank you again for this resolution.
Right, we'll now take up the administrative items pulled in numerical order. My clerk, can you please read administrative item number 18?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 18 is from the Public Health Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a volunteer and clinical support services agreement with A.T. Still University of Health Sciences, ATSU.
Okay, I think both Supervisor Nelson and I pulled this item. Director Hamami, if you could come up. This is just something I just wanted to highlight. I've had the opportunity to tour A.T. Still, and I think this is just an outstanding opportunity for both of us. And Director Hamami, if you could just kind of touch on some of the basics.
All right. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you mentioned, this is a win-win situation. We are providing an exposure to what community care and community health is for these future health providers. And it also adds to us in giving them the opportunity to be educated and learn, but also it is a future work resource. So we hope that those that are going to be practicing at our community health centers are going to be our future providers. So it's definitely a example on a partnership that we want to expand, especially with A.T. Stills University. They have also some future plans for a dental school as well as a medical school, which is very much needed, especially in north part of the county.
Yeah, so these are physician assistants that will be, okay.
Yes.
And I think A.T. Still is a little bit unique because of their business model is to try to recruit students who reflect the community, and they look for underserved communities to get them established in. So I think this is going to be perfect for the Santa Maria area, and just really appreciate you and your team.
Thank you.
Taking the time to go in and really try to make this happen. And like I said, I think this is just going to be an outstanding opportunity for both sides. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. And I had the pleasure of attending the second graduation of the A.T. Still Physician's Assistance Program a couple weeks ago up at Cal Poly, where 90 graduates received their masters and are now going to be able to participate as physician's assistants. And I'm just really impressed by A.T. Still. You know, it's one of the best kept secrets. It's fairly new in the North County, but I just think it's a huge opportunity for the County of Santa Barbara and the region. and definitely the Santa Maria Valley to bring really a world-class medical center. A.T. Still is the father of, if I get this right, arthropathy.
Osteopathic medicine, yep.
So when you guys think about the doctors that are the, you got your MDs and then your DOs. A.T. Still is, again, the father of that methodology or that philosophy. And A.T. Still is not just some kind of fly-by-night college. I mean, if you go look up top PA schools in the nation, A.T. Still is on those lists. I have a daughter who will likely be going through this process, and it's very competitive to get into these physician assistant schools. I was talking to A.T. Still. They have over 2,000 applicants for every class, and a class of 90. And one of the goals that they have is actually having 10% of each class coming from the local area, which when you think about that on a national scale, the opportunity for people in Santa Barbara County and San Luis Obispo and Ventura counties, it's huge. And that's just the physician assistance program. If we start to look at what that might look like in the future with a medical school, a dental school, they're looking at moving forward with actually having their first bachelor's in nursing program as well through there. It's a huge opportunity for health outcomes for the community, as well as access for those who live in our community to be able to access that level of education without necessarily breaking the bank. We all know how expensive college debt is, especially on the medical school side. And if we can have these opportunities here locally for our constituents, I think this is a huge win. I know I'm a big fan. I know Supervisor Lavanino is a fan. And I hope that we can take every opportunity from this board to promote this. I think this is a huge potential economic driver for the region, as well as for our health outcomes. So I'm just really excited about it as well. And since we pulled this item, I'll make a motion to approve this item A18.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Roll call on A18, please.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
And Chair Lavanino.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, let's read A22 into the record, please.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 22 is from the Public Works Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding an agreement for services of independent contractor for Cathedral Oaks Complete Streets Project, County Project number 864052. This is in the 2nd District, and there is a 4/5 vote required on this item.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to highlight this because I get quite a lot of concerns about the Cathedral Oaks Road. In fact, I did an event with the district attorney because some refer to it as a DUI corridor, and so there's a lot of community concern. I just wanted to ask Mr. Sneddon to elaborate so that my constituents can know what's coming. Good progress. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisor Capps, Chris Sneddon, Public Works. Yeah, so this project is a direct result of your board's commitment to mobility and alternative transportation through the active transportation plan that you adopted. And through that, we were able to obtain almost $500,000 in grant funding to study the corridor. And this fits into the sort of the larger regional strategic goals of creating multimodal corridors in the South Coast and across the county. And this will tie with the work that the city of Goleta is doing, city of Santa Barbara, the county, and Caltrans to really create interconnected systems of off-road trail systems for people to use to improve safety, mental and physical health, and environmental impacts.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Any other comments on that? Okay. Can I get a motion on 22? I'm sorry.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Williams? Supervisor Williams? Supervisor, we didn't hear you. I believe you froze, but can you hear us? This is for the vote on A22.
Aye.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
And Chair Lavanino.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, that takes us to A24.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 24 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to consider recommendations regarding a resolution in support of Proposition 35, provides permanent funding for medical health care services initiative.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanio. I was looking for a roll call vote on this. I'm going to be abstaining on this item.
Okay. Can I get a motion for 24?
I'll move support, and I'll also just say this is necessary in order to increase Medi-Cal reimbursable rates in order to better serve the large population that lives in Santa Barbara County below the poverty line, supported by Lompoc Medical Center, Cottage Hospital, just about all of the hospitals in the state, as well as the California Medical Association.
Can I just ask a quick question? Just process-wise, so did this go through the Ledge Committee, or did it come back with a recommendation from Ledge, or?
I don't believe so.
I do not believe it went through the Ledge Committee because of timing.
Okay.
Making a recommendation on an election thing after the election doesn't mean much.
True. I'm going to abstain as well, just because for me, it's just process-wise. I don't want to go through all the propositions and try to vote up here about which ones we support and which ones we don't. So, but I understand this probably isn't a problem. So,
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call vote.
Supervisor Nelson.
Abstain.
Supervisor Williams.
Aye.
Supervisor Capps.
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman.
Aye.
And Chair Lavanino.
Abstain.
Motion passes 302.
Okay. And is the last one 825? Okay. Can we read 825 into the record, please?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 25 is sponsored by Supervisor Nelson. It is to approve the reappointment of Steve Strachan to the Parks Commission, term ending June 30th, 2027, and this is in the 4th District.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I just wanted to take the moment to thank my Parks Commissioner, Steve Strachan, who is getting reappointed here today. The first time I ever got appointed to something was at the Board of Supervisors. It was Justin Tino. And I sat there all day to hear my name read in an A item, and it got passed with a single vote. So on occasion, especially, I like to pull these just to highlight and recognize those that are getting appointed. And so I just want to thank Steve for his service. He's a former county employee, then became a small business owner specializing in playgrounds for parks. And once he retired and sold his business, he decided to devote his time completely to his community. He may be the most active parks commissioner we have in the county. He's all over the place. Some people call the 4th District Supervisor the mayor of Orchid. If that's the case, Steve is the deputy mayor by far. He helps run the Orchid Christmas Parade. He's very involved in Notora and UMA, which are our preservation and our small business groups in the Orchid area. And so I just want to thank Steve for his service, and I am enthusiastically looking forward to him serving for another 4 years as my Parks Commissioner. So with that, I'd like to move approval of A25.
Great, I'll second that. Can we get a roll call, please?
Supervisor Nelson.
Aye.
Supervisor Williams.
Aye.
Supervisor Capps.
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman.
Aye.
And Chair Lavanino.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, now's the time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on today's agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on general public comment?
Yes, Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we have 14 requests to speak on general public comment today.
So let's do a half hour of public comment. So that'll be 2 minutes apiece. And we will close the roll of public comment. So if your name's on the list, you can speak. If your name's not on the list, we'll catch you next week.
And we will begin on Zoom with Karen Drown, to be followed by Mark Shatillo. Karen? And Karen, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments. Karen, again, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can unmute on your end to provide your comments. We will return to Karen momentarily. We will begin here in Santa Barbara with Mark Shatillo, to be followed by Sherry Benenhoven. Mark?
Wait a second, before you start, you got to keep the hat. Dude, I love the hat. You're rocking it. You're rocking it. I like it. That's on my time. You get your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Mark Shatillo, and I'm here today on behalf of All Saints by the Sea, who is the next door neighbor to the Miramar project. And as I submitted a letter for your board concerning the request that your board direct this project back to the Montecito Planning Commission. While Article 2 does authorize regional projects to be designated, and I don't have the time's not running here, so do I need to keep track of that? Or, oh, no, do we have it? Apologies, I want to, oh, we're going fast. Thank you. While the code does allow the County Planning Commission to take jurisdiction over this and other regional projects, affordable housing projects are out of character with the other ones, it also expressly authorizes your board to direct this to go to the Montecito Planning Commission. And we would request that you do that. I've been in touch with Commissioner Sandy Stahl, who was the third person necessary for a quorum on the October 18th date, and she is available and has reportedly transmitted that, and I was trying to clarify that with the clerk's office. So there will be a quorum on the 18th. We would request that your board does recognize this is a Montecito matter, as you're going to hear from other public commenters, and really needs to be heard and decided by the Montecito Planning Commission. If your board cannot do that, I would ask that you direct staff to cancel the October 9th meeting of the Miramar project at the County Planning Commission. That is, we're under the strict timeline of only 5 hearings. Restricting the number of hearings will prejudice the public's ability to participate as is required under the California Coastal Act. So we, as explained in my letter, we feel strongly that it's important that we have maximum public access and opportunities to participate in this process. So appreciate your paying attention to these concerns.
Thank you.
We will now go to Sherry Benenhoven, to be followed by Philip Drost. Sherry?
Good morning, Chair Lavanino, members of the board, CEO Mona Miyasato. On behalf of All Saints by the Sea, I'm here to represent the request that Mark just made to reassign this project to the Montecito Planning Commission. That body has spent the last several months not just looking at the project both formally, but I think importantly, as you each do, each day listening to the people who live, work, participate in the institutions of the community. So they are well-versed. They have kind of lived and breathed this for some time. It's an important project for the community. And All Saints, as the next-door neighbor, has a number of comments that we would like to make at the proper time, at the proper commission, and we're preparing to do that. And so it would be helpful and I think important for that body to be responsible for hearing the matter. We would also support, of course, Mark's note to reassign this to, or to remove that first hearing, preserving the county's and the community's ability to hear this, not be hamstrung, if you will, by a set number of hearings at this date, feels really important to us. So we thank you for your time. I have a moment. I will thank you for approving us to appear before you in 2 weeks to designate All Saints as an historic landmark in Montecito, and we're grateful for your work on that. Thank you.
We will now go to Philip Drost, to be followed by Harry Robin. Philip?
Good morning, Chairman of the board, members of the board. I'm Philip Drost. I live next to the Miramar. And SB 330 divests local control and oversight over affordable housing projects. We can't do anything about that. But what we can do is take the authority that you have as the Board of Supervisors to vest the jurisdiction in the appropriate local agency, which would be the Montecito Planning Board. Absent that, seconding Mark, if you can't do that, then we need to preserve the meetings, the public hearings that are available. We only have 5. Having a hearing on the 9th essentially burns one of those meetings. So respectfully request that you vest the Montecito Planning Commission with jurisdiction, and that our hearings can be meaningful. Thank you.
We will now go to Harry Rubin, to be followed by Paige Robinson. Harry?
Good morning, Supervisors, Chair. I'm a resident of Montecito community, and I'm here today representing over 270 residents within the community. And we urge you in this matter of the CPC, where they were frivolously given the ability to make a decision on our behalf over this immense project, the Miramar expansion. We would like to see this go back to the MPC where it belongs in the first place. It never should have been removed. And given that we only have 5 hearings to discuss such a huge matter that's going to impact our community literally for the next 100 years, we would like to see the Board of Supervisors reinstate the MPC, cancel that meeting on October 9th so we can get justice here for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Paige Robinson, to be followed by Brandon Arroyan. Paige?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. We live directly across the street from the proposed Miramar Shopping Center. As this development falls under SB 330, it's limited to 5 hearings. Please consider reversing most recent changes to the schedule and return this to the Planning Commission. If not, please cancel the county planning hearing on October 9th. This will free up potential future meetings to hear additional details. We support affordable housing, but we're deeply concerned about the impact of this complex development on our tiny beachside community. We believe that underparking threatens the general public's coastal access. Located just 1 block from the ocean with a $40 Miramar Valet fee, no doubt shoppers and diners will fill the limited neighbor spaces historically used for surfers and beachgoers. The coastal land use plan of 2019 says the county shall take all necessary steps to protect and defend the public's constitutionally guaranteed rights of access to and along the shoreline, and the county shall provide increased opportunities for beach access and recreation. The Miramar's current planning, parking, and traffic analysis was conducted by the same firm whose questionable assumptions and predictions of 2016 have been proven wrong. They are currently vastly underparked during peak times. This year's analysis reports on page 5 that the coastal zoning ordinance requirement proposed project is 701 spaces. The parking supply of 480 does not satisfy the standard code required parking. Thus, a parking modification will continue to be required. This plan falls short 221 parking spaces, and without a peer review, something the county should conduct. Please return this to the MPC. This is an opportunity for you to demonstrate good governance and do the right thing. Thank you for your consideration.
We will now go to Brandon Arroyan, to be followed by Marshall Miller. Brandon?
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Board of Supervisors. I'm here to ask that you do the right thing for the Montecito community. Please redesignate the Montecito Planning Committee as the hearing body for the Miramar project. The MPC are the most experienced with the Montecito Community Plan and the reason that the committee was created over 20 years ago. The MPC should have jurisdiction to review and approve the project just as they did in both 2008 and 2015. I also ask that you please cancel the County Planning Commission meeting on October 9th. With the SB 330 limit of hearings set at 5, the meeting on the 9th will be wasted on the presentation of a staff report. We understand and recognize the strategy here, but the public deserves the right to access the entire hearing process. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now go to Marshall Miller, to be followed by Joe Cole. Marshall?
Hello there, I'm Marshall Miller. I'm appearing for you in front of you all today as the chair of the Montecito Planning Commission. As you all may know, this matter was agendized to be heard by the Miramar was agendized to be heard by the Montecito Planning Commission as of tomorrow, and that meeting had to be rescheduled. There has been a fair amount of dialogue about why and how that happened, and I want to clarify that the cause of why we were unable to have a quorum for tomorrow's meeting was the requirement from me as one of the commissioners to recuse myself. I did not, as a parishioner of All Saints Church, I did not believe I had a conflict of interest. I don't have a financial interest in that, and All Saints is not currently an appellant to the project. Another commissioner raised the topic, and I referred the matter to County Council for guidance, and it was recommended that I recuse myself. In my mind, the decision to recuse myself is an explanation and a demonstration of good governance and not dysfunction. That, though I personally didn't find myself to have a conflict of interest, that I think it is doing the delegated work of the Board of Supervisors to both respect County Council's guidance and to exercise an abundance of caution. At the September 18th meeting, in which the October 2nd meeting needed to be rescheduled for the Miramar because of my conflict, we left that meeting with a new schedule moving forward. And so the Miramar as a project, in my mind, was not inappropriately delayed. The things I would like to focus on is that Montecito Planning Commission should have original jurisdiction for affordable housing projects and the allocation of RENA numbers going forward. This should be the example for how community planning zoning works, both for Montecito and as a template for Orcutt and other robust unincorporated communities in the county going forward.
Thank you. That is your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marshall.
We will now go to Joe Cole to be followed by Hillary Hauser. Joe?
Is this a hat thing? No hat?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay. All right.
You don't get an extra minute, but.
It's our dermatologist that Mark and I may share. So my name's Joe Cole. I was on the Montecito Planning Commission 10 years ago when we approved the Miramar. I'm not a neighbor. I'm not representing anybody. I'm just here in the public interest. I sent a letter in yesterday with a lot more detail. I haven't seen this much anger in Montecito since Goleta cityhood. It just reminds me of the same thing. This isn't really about the Miramar. Mr. Caruso can take care of himself. This really isn't about affordable housing. Nobody's against the affordable housing. With due respect to Able County Council, I think there's a mistake in the way that the statute was interpreted that underlies this entire maneuver. What this is about is, I think the four of you need to put the first district into protective custody until Roy Lee shows up. And I'll tell you why. In the more flexible private sector, if somebody is dismissed, if an executive is fired, you don't let them stay around for 8 months. You might send their paycheck to the beach, but you don't let them work behind the scenes. I'm involved, I don't darken your door very often, but I'm involved in a long list of government-related projects. I was the founder of the Rings Group and worked on hot springs. I think one by one, things are starting to, be taken away from DOS. Cannabis now has been moved out. The hot springs salute has a stakeholders meeting. Roy Lee's had 4 meetings with people. I could go through the rest of the projects, but I don't have time. So 2 things. Anything that you read in the paper, it should come before you. There's international stories about hot springs. It never, ever, not 1 minute here. And the second thing is, for all the reasons I talk about in the letter, send this back to the MPC for original jurisdiction. Thank you.
We will now go to Hillary Hauser to be followed by Jim Thomas. Hillary?
Good morning, Chair Lavandino, Supervisors. Hillary Hauser, Hill the Ocean. I'm here to say ditto to everything you've just heard. And we are keeping our eye on this project, not here to say yay or nay about it, but the process, I should think that this board would really want to have a full vetting of the issues before it comes to you. And what I'm seeing when Montecito Planning was shoved aside, and then there's leapfrogging to the CPC, and then back over here, and then in this list of hearings, there are like 3 CPCs and one MPC. Anyway, I think the schedule's a mess, and I don't think it serves the board well when it comes to you. And so I'm going to echo what the others are saying. The easiest thing is just delete the CPC meeting of the 9th, let the Montecito Planning weigh in, the CPC, and then you. So this leapfrogging that's going on and this crazy list, I just would like to see this the October 9 meeting deleted. SB 33 is squeezing this county. A lot of people are upset. It's a necessary issue, but we're trying to adjust. So to take away any part of a public process that is struggling with this is not a good idea. And once again, I don't think it serves your board well to delete Montecito Planning. So thank you.
We will now go to Jim Thomas to be followed by Martha Hassenplug. Jim?
Morning, Sheriff.
Morning, Board. My name is Jim Thomas. Between 1990 and 2002, I was the elected Santa Barbara County Sheriff Coroner. Between 1993 and 1996, I was the Santa Barbara County Fire Chief, in addition to my duties as Sheriff. And I start that only to make a point, and that is that I am familiar with Santa Barbara County Public Safety. A few days ago, my wife had a medical emergency in the early morning hours at our home in Solvang. I called 911, explained the situation, and requested medical assistance. Within 5 minutes, a county fire engine with 3 firefighters and a paramedic arrived. I expected an ambulance to arrive as well for transportation to the hospital because she wasn't initially responding to any of them. They told me that the ambulance would be coming from Lompoc and would be at least 30 minutes away. It surprised me because there's an AMR office about 2 blocks from my house. I was told that they were not stationed in Solvang that evening and they would have to come from Lompoc, apparently due to ongoing staffing issues. Well, she was treated by the paramedic and regained consciousness. They called the hospital and we talked to the on-duty physician, and based on that telephone discussion, we agreed that she could remain at home, and it turned out okay. In an emergency, would you expect the fire department or the sheriff's department to take 30+ minutes to respond? I don't think so. My point is, if AMR cannot or will not staff their stations for whatever reason, then their job should be handed to the county fire paramedics with county ambulances. Do our community a favor. It will save lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Martha Hassenplug to be followed by Dennis Anderson. Martha?
Good morning. My name is Martha Hassenplug. I live in Rancho Santa Barbara Mobile Home Park on Old Mill Road near the intersection of Calle Real, a long block from Highway 154 and State Street. I want you to understand the location of our senior park because on Calle Real, a boy on a bicycle was hit by a car on his way to school and died. It was and is a horrible tragedy for his parents, for his classmates, for his school, for his neighbors. He lived in the all-age park that faces Calle Real. After the accident, a pedestrian bicycle path was constructed. It is used daily by students going to La Colina Middle School, Hope Elementary, and Bishop Diego High School. I have submitted a photo at the start of the pathway, which is named the Jake Boisel Pathway. The secondary tragedy was that this trail was constructed after the child died. This is the #1 reason that senior mobile home parks should not be converted to all-age parks. All mobile home parks are frequently built near railroad tracks, major expressways, and freeways, not safe places for children. I urge the board to issue a moratorium on conversion of senior parks until a zoning overlay can be enacted. We must respect the issues that all age parks contend with. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Dennis Anderson to be followed by Karen Howenstein. Dennis?
Good morning. I also live in Rancho Santa Barbara Mobile Home Park, and I'm here, we're asking the county to initiate a moratorium on converting any senior mobile home parks to all-age parks until a senior mobile home park overlay can be enacted. I understand that Ventura has one, the city and the county of Ventura has one, and the city of Santa Barbara has one. We're asking the county to also get one of these overlays enacted and to stop any mobile home parks from converting until that can happen. And so that's my main message. And I also wanted to say that after I had some trepidation moving into a mobile home park. I always lived in a standard neighborhood. And I was pleasantly surprised, and it's a wonderful place to live. And it's a great, and I start to wonder, why aren't there parks for families? Mobile home parks, they're affordable. When they make these developments and they say 20% affordable housing, that's not making it. We need a place that's set up for families. These places could have sidewalks, playgrounds, playing fields, things that were appropriate for children, which these parks were never designed for. So that's just something to put in your minds. I just began to immediately wonder why. This is affordable. This is the problem. Nobody can afford to live here anymore. That would help. So that's what I have to say this morning. Thank you for providing time to listen to us.
Thank you, Dennis. So, an FYI too, that on our agenda next week, actually, we're having a full hearing on mobile home park discussion. So, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay.
We will now go to Karen Howenstein to be followed by, we'll return to Zoom and attempt Karen Drone. Karen?
Hello, Supervisors. Good morning. So what we're hearing here today is a lot of complex development issues that are coming up in our community because of things that have been hoisted on us by the state, developments that need to happen. But everybody is watching the strategies that have been implemented by the Board of Supervisors. I have seen land use code changed, but not through planning. Joan? I've seen strategies implemented that denied us our ability to respond to laws that are changing our lives. And that's why you see all these people showing up here more and more lately, because they see it impacting their communities. When Montecito's talking about these issues that they're having with the Miramar development and exactly how it's happening, where this development is going, and who's profiting from them, we have the same situation going on up in North County, in Mission Hills. And the people there are not happy at all. So let's get talking. We all need to be talking on these subjects in front of you, telling you how we feel, because you guys serve us, not the other way around, and you don't serve the developers or the owners who are going to be making money in perpetuity from the state. Why is the development in Santa Maria still empty? Let's go, guys.
And we will return to Zoom with Karen Drone. Karen? And Karen, we have unmuted you. Oh, looks like you were able to unmute.
Great. I'm a senior citizen. I've lived in the Montecito area for over 50 years. I have health and mobility issues. I would like to be able to enjoy walking to the beach and enjoying what we all benefit from in our community. However, the parking situation currently in front of the Miramar makes it often impossible for me to do that. There are so many places filled by people who appear to be guests. Handicap parking is filled with people who don't have placards or identifying license plates. And I think this whole matter really should be discussed by the Montecito Planning Commission so that we can keep our community as lovely as it is. I recently read A String of Pearls by Pearl Chase, who very much talked about the beauty of our area and what we needed to do to keep it as lovely as it is. Thank you very much.
And that concludes public comment for today.
Okay. I'll ask our planning director if there's anything we heard differently at public comment that is different than the determination that was made by county council and county council. Do you want to weigh in at all? Or Lisa?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I sent around a memo a little over a week ago that described what's provided for in Chapter 2 of the County Code, and that is that affordable housing projects in the Montecito Community Plan area are to be heard by the County Planning Commission. And so we went ahead and scheduled it for the County Planning Commission. We are accommodating a recommendation from the Montecito PC. So we will go to the County Planning Commission on October 9th, the Montecito PC for a recommendation on the 18th, and then back to the County Planning Commission on the 1st. That provides for many hearings, 3 in total for the public to participate, and public comment will be taken at each one of those hearings. And it's my understanding in working with County Council that because we've agendized and scheduled the item for the 9th, that we just opening the hearing and canceling it or continuing it would eat up one of those 5 hearings. So our plan is to continue on the scheduled path and provide adequate and I think ample opportunity for the public to comment.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Supervisor Nelson.
I had a question just in, I don't know, it's not my district, but I think we've all gotten extensive comments to our offices about this just on the process side. Is it a may or shall go to the Planning Commission? I think that's important to understand is, you know.
So Supervisor Nelson.
Let's have, Council.
Supervisor Nelson, the county code says the following shall remain within the jurisdiction of the County Planning Commission, and affordable housing projects is one of those items.
Unless expressly.
Unless the Board of Supervisors directs that the Montecito Planning Commission shall have jurisdiction.
Okay.
And then if it remains with the County Planning Commission, then there's a section that says the Montecito Planning Commission may provide a recommendation. So it's that it shall be in the county jurisdiction unless the board direct otherwise, and then that the Montecito Planning Commission may make a recommendation.
And is that for all affordable housing projects or any project that has an affordable housing component?
Yes, it is. It's initiation, consideration, recommendation, or decisions on applications. And there's a list of items. And the last one of those is affordable housing.
Okay, I think that's interesting. And this isn't before us obviously today, so we can't get much further into it, but when would we be able to have a chance to potentially weigh in on our discretion on these types of things.
Well, Mr. Chair, members of the board, this particular project would not come to you unless it is appealed. And then if it is appealed, then your board would have a de novo hearing, a due process hearing on that.
But I guess it's more the broader process issue that I'm concerned with within this project specifically. But if affordable housing projects now will circumvent the Montecito Commission, Planning Commission moving forward, I think that's something without any type of board.
All the affordable housing projects in Montecito.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, my understanding is 5 or 6 projects that have an affordable piece to it.
Right.
So if that's now kind of a fast track, and maybe that's a positive thing for those who want a more affordable housing as a policy piece. But it sounds like, that was unanticipated probably when that initial statute was written, was understanding what would be coming down from the state with its a level of affordability. So I do think there's maybe a discussion this board needs to happen at some time to discuss the process. I don't want to talk about the project. I don't know enough about the project to comment on it. But the process is something that I see as something that we may want to look at in the future. Again, I know it's not agendized today, but I'm just trying to understand that, and also the public to understand that as well.
And Mr. Chair and members of the board, I would just say that you are not agendized to discuss changing the county code today, so I just recommend we not discuss that now, but that is something that could be considered by the board in the future.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Plowman and Rachel. That concludes public comment, and we're going to take a 10-minute break before we move on to RCRC and our departmental agenda. All right, we're going to reconvene this meeting of the County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, you have a quick announcement?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, my announcement is no longer needed, but thank you.
What's that?
No longer needed.
No longer needed. All right, cool. Those are the best kind. All right, let's go to departmental item number 1.
Chair Levanino and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a Rural County Representatives of California, RCRC, member agency strategic plan update.
Good morning, Mr. Ferguson.
Good morning, thank you. Is this on?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And if you push the button on the side, it'll lift it up for you.
I heard that, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Pretty fancy. Yeah, so I'm Craig Ferguson, RCRC. I've been at RCRC 17 years now. Prior to that, I was in the private world with Citibank and Raymond James and all those good places, but moved to California 17 years ago, and it's the first time I've been to Santa Barbara, which is disgraceful. But disgraceful for me, not Santa Barbara, but Santa Barbara is beautiful. So yeah, this is not an action item. This is just an update. We split the team up to come visit counties. For counties like Santa Barbara, there's no reason to draw straws. Trinity County, on the other hand, we kind of fight to who's going to opt out of that. But not to, it's just because of the drive and how to get there and what have you. So it's pretty much our CEO, Patrick, when he started, he thought it would be great if we visit every one of our 40-member counties every year, and so this is my time with you. And so I'm going to push the play button, right? Okay. So RCRC was formed in '72, and back then there were nowhere near 40-member counties, and at this point, we're actually having to fight counties away because there's a lot of counties wanting to join that aren't necessarily rural. Supervisor Nelson had a little pushback from some of our more rural counties, but we were very happy to bring Santa Barbara in. So that's taken us up to 40 of the 58 counties are members of RCRC, which puts 40 board members on RCRC, Supervisor Nelson being the delegate, and Supervisor Levanino being the alternate, if I'm correct, right? Yeah.
That's correct, but Bob never misses a meeting, so.
So if you look, this is just going to be an update on RCRC as well as its affiliates, and we've got a couple of relatively new affiliates, which we're doing some exciting stuff with. You can see RCRC, which, can you guys even see a screen, or is it on? Okay,
we have it here.
Good, okay. So the focus, the divisions are government affairs, economic development, business development, administration, and finance. And you can see the list of affiliates, which I'll touch briefly on when we get to each one of those. RCRC being the mothership, we're all employed by RCRC. And then the affiliates, we manage those affiliates and then charge the time from RCRC that we spend on the affiliates. And that charge of time goes, the finances that are made with those affiliates go back to RCRC in order to keep RCRC moving forward. Each county pays annual dues, but the dues don't come near, it's probably 1% of the actual revenue that RCRC makes, because the dues are actually very light. The strategic plan includes equitable access, which right now is broadband, housing, health services, impactful advocacy, state and federal advocacy, innovative approaches, regulatory engagement, healthy communities, forest, wildfire, water resiliency, infrastructure, economic development. I'll touch quite a little bit about the forest resiliency we're working on and a nonprofit that we started to focus specifically on that. The internal side is operational excellence, human resources to technology, the typical company type structure. And our vision is RCRC is the premier advocate and innovative service provider for rural counties in California. And here you can see where we focus, as I said, forest health, wildfire, water drought, all the way down to, working with the CPUC. We've been working very much with them, especially in the last 2-3 years. We always have on the RCRC side, and even for the, from infrastructure to electricity to what have you, RCRC is a lobbying advocacy group. We can't write bills, but we can certainly support or be against. And so we've gotten very close with the CPUC, as well as with one of our joint powers authorities that we recently started where we're focused on broadband. We've been working heavily with the CPUC on that and quite well. On the federal policy areas, forest health to infrastructure, same thing. We've got 2 ad hoc committees, the Williamson Act to affecting the retention of farmland and its place in California's counties, and also the road infrastructure and when I say ad hoc, few of the board members on RCRC are board members for this ad hoc to focus on these specific areas. One of the affiliates has been around since '93 is Golden State Finance Authority. Golden State Finance Authority was formed by RCRC, and each affiliate is a complete separate entity, separate financials, separate audited financials, but they were formed by RCRC, and then others that were formed by Golden State Finance Authority, and focuses on affordable housing. I'm almost afraid to say that word right now. Is the audience? Nope, no one here, but the affordable housing thing. Golden State's mostly residential, low to moderate income home buyers. We've financed over $16.5 billion in mortgage financing for low to moderate income home buyers, focusing on down payment assistance. The number one obstacle for first-time home buyers is the actual down payment, and GSFA has provided over $7 billion in 5.7 million in the actual down payment assistance, but over 16.5 billion in financing. You can see even in Santa Barbara, which doesn't seem like a lot, out of the 85,000 families we've helped, 532 individuals. Santa Barbara is a different animal to some of the other areas, and the affordability and availability is much more like Sonoma or Napa would be, where we get similar numbers to this, but the mission is still there to support low to moderate income home buyers. Golden State also does energy financing. We've done over $1 billion in whole house energy retrofits, commercial retrofits over the years, and still continue. We don't do residential that much anymore, but we're focusing mainly on commercial energy retrofit programs. Another entity, this one is National Home Buyers Fund, and does similar things to what GSFA does, but does it nationally. And we're in every state in the country, and we provide down payment assistance to low to moderate income home buyers. And we've helped over 45,000 families nationwide, over $11 billion in financing. And you can see here we're doing 39 and 524,000 just in Santa Barbara, but National Home Buyers Fund doesn't really focus much on California. It's really focused on outside of California, leaving GSFA to California. A new program that started, and I'm surprised you guys have, if I can read that right, 5 or 6 employees that have used the program already. When Pat first started, he came from Yolo County, and he suggested we put a program together for county employees, for counties to try and retain or bring employees to their counties. A lot of the counties have trouble keeping employees and even obtaining home ownership for them. So this program is similar to the others. We provide down payment assistance. In this sense, it's a second mortgage, but there's no payments on the second mortgage. There's 0% interest on the second mortgage, and it helps up to 5.5% of the actual purchase price of the home in down payment assistance. And it's only repayable if you sell or refinance, but there's no payments on that. And I think we're up to about 117. This number here shows, as of July, 119. We're further than that. We're about probably 127 county employees that have used this program. So it's been good. It's exciting, and a lot of the board members have been very supportive of it. They approved $3 million of Golden State money, Golden State Finance Authority money, and we're close to $2 million. I'm assuming when we get to that $3 million, we're going to go back to the board, and they're going to unanimously agree to continue it. Golden State Connect Authority is a relatively new joint powers authority. Same members as RCRC, same members as GSFA, pretty much most of the same board members. And this was formed to pretty much build broadband in rural California, build, own, and operate a broadband infrastructure, fiber infrastructure in rural California. We were hit hard when COVID started. We realized that most of the kids in rural California couldn't go to school because there was no internet, and there still isn't. And the big guys out there like AT&T and Verizon and Comcast don't quite see the financial benefits of working in rural California, even though they don't like other people trying to come in and doing it. And as I said, we've been working with the CPUC. We've partnered with an entity out of Utah called Utopia Fiber. They're the largest municipality-owned internet fiber infrastructure in the country. And they've got over, in the last 5 years, they've got over 60,000 consumers now. And their approach is they build it, they own it, they operate it, but then the internet service providers, they're not providing the actual service. Anyone can join their network, and they call it open access. It's kind of like an airport that brings planes in, and you get to choose which airplane you want to fly. Here, as a consumer, you get to choose which internet service provider you want to use, and they've got about 15 on their network, and if you don't like the one you're using, you can swap in a few minutes to another one. And I live in Sacramento. I'm 7 miles from downtown. I have one option, it's Comcast. They're actually not too bad, I like them, but I've got one option, and I'm 7 miles from Sacramento. So the idea here is to build it and do an open access and invite whoever wants to come play. We've been working with the CPUC because we've got to finance this, and the idea of financing is going to be private activity bonds. And in order to get investors interested in this initiative, we're working with the state to provide what we're calling a loan loss reserve. So putting money aside as an insurance fund in order for us to go out and tell investors, you fund it, we'll make it work. If revenues fall short, which hasn't happened with Utopia Fiber yet, we'll dip into the state funds as an insurance fund. And so we're well on the way there. And we've gotten grants, as you can say, EDA grants, later grants. We're in the middle of getting FFA grants, and so it's exciting. We're actually very excited about this, and we're excited to bring broadband to rural California. And then the other exciting, yet sometimes controversial company we have is Golden State Natural Resources. And this one was formed, I mean, since RCRC has been around, it's been focused on, forest resiliency, forests, water, fires, et cetera. It is rural California, and this is what we deal with. Several years ago, we formed a company called Golden State Natural Resource. The idea here is to go into the forest and pull all the dead wood out, which is really what fuels the fires. It's just dead wood sitting in there. So we got a 20-year master stewardship agreement with the U.S. Forest Service. They own 80% of the forest in California, and they're going to provide us access to get into these areas, pull out the dead wood. And the idea is to, at this point, the idea is to turn that fuel into pellets and sell the pellets to Europe and Japan because they are, or Asia, not to be too specific, because Europe and they've all gotten out of nuclear. They're still using coal. They want to get away from coal, and pellets are a much cleaner burning fuel than coal. We've partnered with a company called Drax. They were actually at our conference. If any of you guys were there, they were on a panel talking about their initiatives in California. They're the largest producer and user of pellets in the world, and they're based out of the United Kingdom. And they've got their Houston headquarters, and they're building a facility up in Longview, Washington. We've purchased 2 pieces of land, one in Lassen County, one in Tuolumne County. And the idea there is to build a facility in each one of those to generate the making of pellets. And Drax has guided us along the way because they know a lot more about pellets than we do, but that's the idea behind it. If we don't get to the point of pellets, we're open-minded, but right now we're in an environmental review process because anytime you even look at the forest, environmentalists come after you, and we've been doing this review for a long time. Our general counsel, Arthur, has been working and with his team, just working day and night on this, and we're going to be submitting this review on the 15th of this month. And we'll expect to see litigation coming back from the environmentalists, and we'll fight it. We put money aside, but we're going to get to that point of approval, and that's going to give us the go-ahead to work with investors, with equity investors, bond investors. Drax is behind us, so that's looking good there. And another thing, exciting. The broadband's exciting. We've been focused on housing for so long and advocacy and lobbying, but now we're doing broadband and forest resiliency, which is pretty cool. Another joint powers authority we have, this has been around for a long time. You guys aren't a member of it, but it is growing its membership, and they focus on recycle, oil mattresses, helping counties with hazardous waste management programs, et cetera. So Supervisor Nelson, if you want to come to one of these meetings, take a look. I know they've grown from about 9 members to 26 in the last, 2-3 years. But Santa Barbara's probably got their own system here that works quite well, I can imagine. And then a newest, not really newest, this has been dormant for a long time. It used to be called Rural Alliance, Inc., is now called Rural Advancement Institute. And this is a 501c3, and this is to focus on bringing legislators and politicians from the bigger areas, like Santa Barbara, to rural California. That was a joke, Santa Barbara, yeah. But no, San Francisco, LA, San Diego, and they've already done a tour in Mariposa County, which was very successful and very popular. And the idea is to bring legislators to rural California because 80% of the land and 15% of the population, they don't really care because there's no votes out there, but you got to come see the issues with water and forests and fire and what have you. And it's a 501c3, and we're getting funding for this. PG&E's donated money. I forget the name of the Native American tribe out of Tehama. They've provided a pile of money into this. And several of our lending partners that we work with, the GSFA and NHF, have thrown some money in it. So as a 501c3, it's tax deductible and all that. So we're hoping to grow this and just bring, powerful education to rural California. And I think that's it. Alan?
Thank you very much. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. Just since we were just on this last slide about the Rural Advancement Institute, not only is it bringing legislators from urban areas into the rural areas, it's also doing studies, case studies. Yeah. And I think that we have one on wildfire resiliency, which they're actually partnering with UCSB to actually write. There's a professor there that we're contracting with to move that project forward. So there's another Santa Barbara connection. I want to first off just thank Craig for being here, and then I also want to just thank you all as my colleagues for allowing me to serve on RCRC. It's something I didn't expect when I knew a lot of what I was coming into when I got on this board since I had been here for a while, but I came on just as we got into RCRC, and I just wanted to acknowledge that was partly Supervisor Hartman that had recommended it to me. We were trying to solve some rural crime issues, and she said, hey, I hear some good things are happening at RCRC. Then there was a friend of mine, Supervisor Pashong up in San Luis Obispo County, said, hey, I think it'd just be a good fit and something that you really enjoy. Bob, let's see if you guys can become members. And in 2021, during the shutdowns in a remote, I think it was actually the first meeting we were back in person, we reported their agenda to be added to the organization. At that time, they only had 38 members. I think it was approved 37 to 1. No, 37 members. Yeah, no, 38 members. 37 to 1. I think Lassen County, my good friend Aaron Albel voted against me. He regrets it now, I think. But there was concerns about what Santa Barbara County meant to a rural organization. CSAC sees us as a suburban organization. And as I like to remind everybody, Santa Barbara County is really kind of a microcosm of our state in many ways. We have the coastal areas, we have the rural areas, we have ag, we have oil, we have tourism, we have it all rolled up into one in one county. And so we have those rural populations, and I'm proud to represent a lot of them, including 7 unincorporated communities, which is very similar to a lot of my colleagues on the RCRC board. So we have some of these counties that don't even actually have a city in them. So you got to start thinking about that, what that means to the organization, as well as. So we find commonalities in some of these things, and it's been, I think, a lot of value. You're seeing advocacy. We often turn to RCRC when we want to bring partners along to advocate for the state. I know when we had the storms last year and we were looking for other partners to lobby the governor on a state of emergency, I picked up the phone and I called RCRC, and I was able to tap in right away with some relationships that we have there that have brought value back to our community by being able to unite around common causes. So that's been something that's been really exciting and a great asset for our county. As you guys have all seen, RCRC is very entrepreneurial, and as you heard there, yeah, that's right. Only 1% of their budget comes from actually dues from counties. And CSAC, I think it's a bigger piece because they got a lot more counties that might have revenue that can spend on this type of thing. A lot of our rural counties don't have the budgets to be able to invest in advocacy. And so what RCRC does is use these joint powers authorities to be very entrepreneurial and not only make money but serve certain functions like housing affordability. As you guys all saw that, we actually have 6 of our employees that have taken advantage of the the down payment assistance. That also brings back some revenue to RCRC that defrays some of the costs of running such a robust organization. Really excited about the 2 other organizations that we have as well. You guys heard about the Forest Resiliency Project. Again, being a Joint Powers Authority, we actually get to do our own CEQA documents, so that's also really important as well when you do something as robust and as exciting as a Forest Resiliency Project, which is, again, this is going to have a huge amount of greenhouse gas savings when you talk about cleaning the forests, preventing wildfires, and then going ahead and getting these pellets that are that I know that our partners in Europe and Asia are really excited about. These California wood products that would be able to use instead of coal. I mean, this is huge stuff that's coming out of this really small organization. Getting back to the Golden State Connect Authority, I think Craig was a little modest on this organization. We've actually applied for over $1 billion in grants through the state and federal government. We will be the largest rural provider in the nation when we're all said and done here. And as you heard there's going to be the ability for rural users to actually get to choose their provider, which creates obviously more competition, leads to lower prices. Some of our rural residents are those that at least ability to afford internet service. It's going to be considerably less expensive than Starlink, which has been something that a lot of our rural partners have had to take advantage of. And during that process, Golden State Connect Authority, the Joint Powers, will actually receive a piece of that, each of those monthly bill. So that's kind of how we get paid back, as well as we have a business model because we're not a for-profit entity. We don't need to have the same type of return, so we're able to reinvest that in paying down those loans for that infrastructure. And so we're able to take grant dollars, partner that with the business model to really do something that the private sector would not be able to do otherwise. So it's really exciting there. Also on the advocacy side, former Supervisor Hart, Assemblyman Hart, has worked with us on sponsoring legislation with RCRC at this point, so that connection is strong, and we're really excited about that. One of the pitches to the organization when Santa Barbara County came in was because we are kind of the rural California, we tend to be a little bit more conservative, and so it's kind of a more red. And obviously, Santa Barbara County, a lot of our legislators are a little bit more progressive and understanding that our issues aren't really on one side or the other there, that we could be able to partner in there and have access there. And I think Assemblyman Hart has really jumped in and been a good partner with us as well. So I wanted to acknowledge that and thank Assemblyman Hart. On my side, being a member as your delegate, I'm serving on the ad hoc committee for road infrastructure. Last year, I served on the ad hoc committee on insurance rates, and so we had a lot of meetings and made some recommendations and changed some of our policy planks to address the issues of homeowner insurance that's being an issue across our state. And I know a lot of our constituents, I know a lot of your constituents, Supervisor Hartman, have been hit by that, and we have a seat at the table in those discussions. Obviously, they're not fixed, but we're making sure those voices are heard. I also serve as the Region 5 member of the leadership team at RCRC, so I represent Tulare, Imperial, Merced, San Luis Obispo, San Bernardino, Monterey, Kings, and Santa Barbara County on our executive board. And in this December, I will be running for their second vice chair position, and hopefully in the future I'll be serving as the chair of RCRC. So I just wanted to thank again my colleagues. I want to thank Craig for being here and the public and my constituents for loaning me out to serve on this. I do think we get a good return on that investment, and so I just wanted to highlight those things and thank you guys all for that opportunity.
Yeah, and it goes without saying the board highly respects you, even though there was pushback from Madison County. That's all different now. You speak softly and carry a big stick. Just on touch base on a few other items. Alpine County sits on the Golden State Connect Authority as vice chair of the board. He still has to use dial-up. I mean, he's got nothing. And then just as the umbrella entity type of RCRC, We've given back over $5 million to fire victims to help them with short-term rents or hotel stays, what have you. We still do that on a continuous basis. And we funded or still fund a human trafficking education awareness where this nonprofit goes to all the schools. It's amazing how much human trafficking sits in rural California as opposed to where you think, LA or San Diego, but rural California is really bad about that. And they go to all the high schools and teach on being aware and how to know and what have you. And then there's a foster youth laptop program that we fund. So we actually have been handing out laptops to foster youth in several of our counties. So there is a give back too from RCRC and the affiliates. It's we do have a mission, and our board is made up of public officials, and that's where the mission comes from. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate Santa Barbara. I'm going to have a good look around today and maybe walk down to the beach and see what you got.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, thank you. I just particularly want to zone in on I want to say thanks Supervisor Nelson for your leadership on this and to have the chance to hear more about it. I've been kind of curious, so it's good to fill in the gaps and see the robust agenda. So thanks for your service and for you for being here today, and welcome to Santa Barbara. Related to broadband, I just wanted to, I saw health access as listed as one of the topics. Are you seeing gains or with remote healthcare? I just know that's such a priority in rural communities to be able to be connected, and health facilities are so much more advanced in this area. Are you seeing that as a benefit yet?
We haven't dug in the ground yet, but that is one of the highest initiatives because rural California suffered across the board. But health is huge in that sense. Even something as crazy as electric cars. You need internet to even work those things out in rural California. So there's a lot that goes with it. But we're hoping to be in the ground and operating by middle of next year. We've got work to do. We're still working on the financing side, the CPUC. We were looking at $450 million from the CPUC, and we were going to get it until the governor just slashed every single bit of budget. And now we're looking at $50 million, but that's still going to be helpful because we're working with a banking firm to underwrite the bonds. And if they know they've got $50 million sitting there, they can go talk to those investors who will throw in money knowing that that's sitting there if we fall short on revenues. But history is the same banking firm does it for Utopia, and they haven't fallen short on revenues at all, just the way the bonds are structured and what have you. But yes, health facilities absolutely is very necessary in rural California.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
So I think this is RCRC's first presentation to our board, and thank you so much for coming. And thank you, Supervisor Nelson, for jumping in with both feet. I know that you found this very rewarding, and I think it really reaps benefits for our county. I wanted to mention particularly Assemblymember Hart's initiative and your county council, I understand, or your council has been extremely effective in working with us. And the broadband is just extraordinary, I think, has helping us realize some of our goals. I did have one question. I think in some things I've seen economic development and rural recreation were featured. I didn't see that in your presentation today and wondered if you could address that.
Rural recreation.
I'll jump on that one. Yeah, so our past chair, Teeter from Butte County, made that one of his focus as the chairman. He's now our immediate past chair. And so he had been focusing on rural recreation. It's one of his passion, being off-road vehicles. So he's brought a lot of that to our board. We actually have annual meetings, and we have a list of speakers that come, and that's been one of the recent focus in a lot of the counties have been grabbing onto that because they're seeing the opportunity for economic development through tourism. We're seeing a lot of the old mining routes being great mountain bikes routes as well, and as a way to bring people out there, as well as an opportunity for hotels or Airbnbs and what that brings to a community. So it's definitely something that we talk about. I don't think it's any of the actual initiatives per se from the RCRC strategic plan. Yeah.
We're going at it. It's coming up.
Yeah, we got strategic plan review here, but it is part of the conversation. That's again what we get to come out of this is that every meeting that we have, and it's every other month that we actually all meet up in Sacramento together in the same room, and we at least devote a half an hour to members' concerns, and where we talk about different things. And then when we have our board meetings or our conferences, which we just finished a conference up in Sonoma County last week, we have various speakers, and CSAC's good. They've got their little breakouts, but I would say that RCRC takes it to another level. And then all those speakers that are there are usually there the entire time and mingle with you. So it's a really good environment. By the way, you all are invited. Some counties actually have all 5 supervisors come to that, and I apologize for not inviting you guys in the past. Our annual meeting will be in Santa Barbara County in 2 years. Next year, it will be up at Tahoe, so it might not be too hard to convince some of you guys to go up there. Yeah, we're definitely working on rural recreation is something that a lot of us are interested in, and as you know, I am as well.
And my last question has to do, could you describe in a little more detail about the Williamson Act and what you're doing on that?
I'm going to play a little humble game here, and so I'm on the business side, not the advocacy side or the lobbying side. So when I start speaking about stuff that I'm going to look for it right now, that I don't really know much about, that's when, if Marianne was here, she'd kick butt on that, but Craig, not so much. But
I can jump in on that one,
I don't
too.
know if you sat on the ad hoc for that one. I know you did the road infrastructure one.
I'm not on the ad hoc one for that one, but I know about what some of the activity that they're involved in. They just want to make sure they have a voice. Obviously, subvention's an issue, but there are a lot of new bills coming in out of Sacramento that are defining what agriculture is, whether that's solar or other things, and how does that impact these communities. And so I really think about that is about, obviously subvention, every county wants that, wants funding for Williams Sac, but I think the second part is just having a seat at the table for some of those discussions and some of those things, and talk about what some of the unintended consequences might be that Sacramento legislators aren't really fully contemplating in the Williams Act conversation.
Well, thank you again so much for being here.
Thank you, and I actually went off-roading with Supervisor Titus. I should have known about the recreational thing before. Up in Oroville, and it was a lot of fun.
Yep.
Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you. Is there any request to speak from the public on this matter?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Thank you very much, Craig, for being here. Appreciate it. So there is recommended actions A and B.
I would like to move staff recommended actions A and B.
Second.
We'll do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
Supervisor Hertman?
Aye.
And Chair Levanino?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can we please read departmental item number 2 into the record?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Information Technology Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an update on the countywide Information Technology Strategic Plan, ITSP.
Good morning.
Good morning. Just want to make sure we have our slides ready to go before I start. There we
Let's
go.
hope you don't have any computer issues.
Yeah, that would not be good. Yeah. All right. Well, good morning, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. I'm Chris Churgwin, the county's Chief Information Officer and Director of the Information Technology Department. I'm here to provide a brief overview of the new countywide IT strategic plan. Before I begin, I'd like to thank both the ITD leadership team and the countywide IT strategic plan steering committee for their instrumental role in the development of this plan. They all played, I should say, I'm grateful for their efforts and the hundreds of hours that they put into this plan. The county's previous IT strategic plan was created back in 2018 and had become outdated. With the formation of the IT department as a standalone department in 2023, it was time for the county to have a new IT strategic plan. It was important that this new plan aligned with the county's Renew initiatives and the county's current goals. I also wanted this plan to have a true county-wide vision and scope, incorporating the needs of all departments and not just the Information Technology Department. At the onset of developing this new IT strategic plan, we formed a steering committee with a representative from each of the county's functional groups. We also met with representatives from every department to gather feedback on multiple occasions. In addition, we sent a survey to all county IT staff, department heads, and county leadership to gather their input and ideas. We received over 150 responses to this survey. This collaborative approach provided a wide range of feedback and ensured this new strategic plan was comprehensive with countywide perspectives. We also hired a consulting firm called Insights and Strategies that specializes in strategic planning to help guide and facilitate the process. The IT strategic plan has 4 main sections. First, there's the IT guiding principles. Then we have the strategic goals, objectives, and initiatives. Third is IT governance. And fourth, we explain what the business partnership model is all about. As you saw in the strategic plan, we intentionally kept the plan at a high level without getting into specific projects or too much detail. The purpose of this plan is to provide direction, prioritization, and clarity for technology resources and investments. The strategic plan covers 5 major themes or goals that will be the focus for at least the next 3 years. The first is digital transformation. This section focuses on our modernization efforts, including AI, migrating to the cloud, etc. We want to ensure that we are investing in solutions that benefit our constituents and enable our departments to be as effective as possible. Although not specifically mentioned in this strategic plan, we have numerous modernization projects already underway or in the planning phases. Some examples include implementing a new cloud-based ERP system, launching Microsoft Copilot to leverage AI more effectively, utilizing Esri GIS software in a more unified manner, and maximizing our investments in multi-departmental solutions like Acela. The second strategic goal is risk management through cybersecurity, resiliency, and compliancy. As you know, it is essential that we continue to prioritize and invest in our cybersecurity and resiliency. The cyber criminals are continually looking for weaknesses, and we must always remain vigilant. The third area is collaborative engagement. In order for the county to best serve its constituents, we need to prioritize departments working together. We need to improve how we share data to make informed decisions. The more we collaborate both internally and externally, the better we can serve our county. The fourth strategic goal is empowered workforce. The results of the strategic plan survey showed that the county could improve the technology training for all staff. We are committed to providing more opportunities for technology-related training and education. Another critically important initiative currently underway is the non-management level classification and compensation project. Our current classifications are outdated, which makes it very difficult for recruiting and establishing clear career paths. The fifth strategic objective is around governance and fiscal responsibility. This section details the importance of policies, standards, transparency, and processes. Effective governance promotes best practices and reduces risk. When it comes to fiscal responsibility, we want to ensure that our resources are invested wisely and with measurable and reportable outcomes. Many strategic plans end up sitting on shelves and collecting dust. We are committed to taking action and following through on the goals and objectives of this plan. We are forming a new steering committee that will assist with ensuring the successful execution of the objectives in this strategic plan. In addition, the county's IT department will begin implementing our own IT plan that will be more tactical. This plan will include major projects, timelines, and deliverables. We will encourage other departments to develop technology plans specific to their needs, but that also align with this new countywide IT strategic plan. I appreciate the opportunity to provide this overview, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
I don't have any questions, but I do observe of the 5 elements, I tend to think about the first one, the digital transformation and the GIS Esri and the Acela and the ERP. And I think the gift that you have been to this county is that you understand the last 3, how important people are. And so the engagement, the empowerment, the governance. And I think that's why these plans sit on the shelf. And I had no idea, really, it's way over half the job is getting people to learn and adopt and align with these new work processes. And it's not easy. I have to make the transition from Zoom to Teams, and I, resist it. And I imagine, that's just a small thing that you encounter, but it's going to transform and make our jobs, we can do them so much more effectively and so much more transparently for the people we serve. And so it's worth it. And thank you for doing this. It's a lot of banging the head against the wall. It's not an easy job. I haven't been as good about changing my password, but it just got changed today.
We're working on that.
So the security aspect is really, really important. If you want to watch disaster movies about cybersecurity, there's a lot out there. So anyway, thank you for all you're bringing to our county.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Supervisor Hartman.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Sherwin. Thanks for the excellent presentation and to your team for all the work. And you're really good about keeping us up to date. I appreciate always knowing exactly what your department's up to at the times before critical funding, et cetera. So thanks for that. I have a friend from junior high who is a director of user experience for technology. And I remember hearing that title like 10 years ago and being sort of confused. But now I think about her often when I'm stuck at a website and frustrated, and I think how that's literally her job every day is to help companies like Appfolio and others figure out those snafus. So can you walk through like who here does that? How are we vigilant about making sure that planning department applications are clear, social services, things work? Whose job is that? Where does that lie? Is that interdepartmental? Is that solely with you? Is that within each department? How is that working?
Yes, Supervisor Capps through the chair. So it actually aligns with what Supervisor Hartman was just talking about, where it can't just be technology. It has to be driven by business processes and an understanding of what the business needs are, and the technology follows the business needs. And so it's really important that our team, ITD, is asking the right questions, that we're meeting with departments on a regular basis to understand what their needs are. And then we can help to design the experience, whether it's through some technology solution or some process that addresses those needs in an efficient manner. And so we don't have a, let's say, dedicated UX experience person on our team, but really it's multiple members of the ITD staff that are responsible for really ensuring that we are meeting those needs and that the end user experience is as best as it can possibly be. And so there's not a finish line. It's always going to be a work in progress, but we just need to ensure that we're listening, we're understanding, and ensuring that we're constantly trying to improve that experience, whether it's staff, whether it's our constituents, on the outside of the county as well. So it's a collaborative effort. I would also just add that departments do play a role in this as well, because they understand their needs better than anybody. And so what's important is that within central IT, that we're having regular conversations with those departments and their staff to ensure that we're working together to create the best outcome possible.
And is it, I'm kind of getting a little pedantic here, but is it case by case? So I'm not asking for names, but are you working with more departments than others because they bring to you more challenges, or is it sort of systematic that you're making sure? Just how is the flow?
Yeah, so it's largely systematic now. So we, within central IT, we're meeting with departments in most cases on a monthly basis, some cases on a quarterly basis, just depending on the department's needs. But we're having those conversations now, and we weren't 2 years ago. We now have a formal process. We call it our business relationship management process, and we have dedicated staff that's their role, is to go out and meet with the departments and understand what their needs are.
So, okay, just to break this down even one step further, and then I'll be done. But so if a constituent has a problem with a process that's online, should we be flagging that for your department as well as the relevant department, or just the relevant department? I'm just really trying to get so that when constituents are gummed up, we're the ones who generally hear about it, and we hope we should. That's our job. But where do we go with that to actually achieve, hopefully, some progress?
I would say the easy answer there is to come to central IT.
Okay.
Because we're meeting with departments on, like I said, in most cases on a monthly basis.
Okay.
If it's something that's more department related, we can bring it to their attention as well. But I think if there's going to be one kind of point of contact, is coming to ITD, and we can take it from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for the guidance.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanito. Thank you, Chris, for the presentation, and thank you for all the work you've done. I think we've come a long way under your leadership. Despite coming a long way, we have a long way to go, I believe, in this organization. I think we started off kind of behind, and the pace of advancement right now and technology is moving so rapidly that we not only need to catch up to where we should have been, but then we need to be able to advance forward as an organization. And so, I think technology is going to be a solution to a lot of problems that we have in the county, whether that's with AI, with GIS, and also just even getting our website to be more robust at a resource for the end user. I think what Supervisor Capps may have been tiptoeing around is, I've been here for 12 years and I still have a difficulty dealing with our website. It's not an easy website to use. Every single department's a little bit different. There's nothing that's really intuitive about it. I'm constantly searching myself for things, having to bookmark it, and I always think about if it's difficult for me, can you just imagine the person out there in the public that's using it for the very first time? They're going to give up, right? And then they're not going to engage with that. That's a really lost opportunity for us as an organization. I think we should be the go-to resource for the community, and for some reason, there are barriers that's still there that I think we need to address moving forward. And to that end, Santa Barbara County is infamous for how difficult it is to get through our development process. Whether that's getting something entitled through our land use process or getting something actually built through our building department, getting a business open, which is really about economic development for our county. And, a lot of that is because when people come to the county, they come to a bunch of different organizations. They don't realize when you go to the county to get a permit, you're really going to, it's 8 different departments that you're talking to. They think it's the county, but it might be environmental health, it might be flood control, building, planning, and they don't know the difference. And I really believe that the way that we can really become one county, one future when it comes to our development process is really through technology. And, I'm really a big advocate for us to move as quickly as possible on getting everybody on Acela on the same system, and all of us using Bluebeam, which is the engineering software that I understand for everybody to review plans, for us to literally cut months out of the process. If we care about economic development, then we should all be caring about Acela. If we care about affordable housing and housing being built, we should all be caring about Acela. So I know that we have had other priorities in this county. The ERP is a big thing that a lot of people in this room, we've all been working on for an internal. But if we really want to solve a lot of external problems for our county, we really need to get that on track and get everybody to buy in. And I know it's not agendized under this item for any action in that sense, but I would like to potentially give direction that we really incorporate whatever we can do maybe in this next budget cycle to really address those things, because I think that is really the missing piece on streamlining the processes, but then also holding ourselves accountable, because once it's all there online and we can all see where it's at, there's no more hiding. It's either going to be, we're going to know which departments hold on to it for too long and where they need to devote resources to. A common issue that I find out with my constituents is I start to dig in, I realize it's their own agent that they've hired that's been sitting on it for 3 months, but we're going to know that too through that Acela process. And so I'm really hoping that through us getting fully engaged on Acela, maybe eventually having shot clocks up there so we know whose hands it's been in for how long. And there's going to really develop a level of accountability that I think can cut through the complexity that exists in our county. And so I don't know how to get, I'm not trying to backdoor something in here, but I just really want to, it's so important to me. I like to see it come back in the future. Again, if there are additional resources that are needed, please let us know as a board. And I hope that this message is echoed by my colleagues, because I think it needs to be, all the departments need to understand how important it is to us for that to be successful. So I just wanted to get that out there as my piece around this issue. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I'd like to address that briefly, just to let you know that we are making really good strides in getting the departments to come together and collaborate and work together on the Acela initiatives. So we formed an Acela steering committee that has all of the departments that currently use Acela. We've met recently, had a great first meeting, just sharing what they're working on, what the vision is for each of the departments, and how can we work together. So that meeting went really well. We've also just recently taken some funds out of the Technology Innovation Fund to help fund some of that consulting and integration with multi-departmental initiatives there through Acela. So I think we're on a good path. We still have a long ways to go, but I'm optimistic about the direction that we're taking.
So you're gonna love this question. So do you have a go live date for me?
I do not.
Okay.
No.
Well, I think we should be, you know what, we should be pointing towards one, because I know we funded the Acela project and planning a couple of years ago, and they haven't even fully utilized it at this point. I think they're a lot further along because they've had it for longer. You know, I remember when we originally funded it, and I was told 2 years. I was just shocked. So I would like us to, as a group, come up with a date that we're all pointing to, the point that we will all be using the same system, the same software, and so that it's not out there in the ether that it's a someday, because we know how that goes with projects when that happens. So I think actually setting a date would be really important. So you know, future reports back to the board, I'd like to hear a date on when we're going to be fully there with Acela.
Understood.
Great. And just for me in closing, and is there any public comment on this matter?
Chair Levanino, members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
I'll just say, Chris, that I just really appreciate your leadership, the collaboration that's happening. This used to be an area that kept me awake at night because I didn't really think we were doing a lot in terms of cybersecurity before you got here. And that's not to say that something still couldn't happen, but I do feel that you know, we've got our hands around it and we've got the right people in place. So sometimes convenience versus security is a tough one for us because we want something. You know, I've had staff that have traveled and then they're like, I can't get my email. I'm like, well, where are you trying to get in from? In some foreign country. It's like, yeah, you probably shouldn't be accessing your email there because, you know, we're going to open ourselves up to some sort of attack. So, and you have made me change my password more than once now in the last 15 years, so that's good. So just really want to appreciate all the hard work that's going on in your office and really encourage all departments that this is one of those areas where we all got to kind of take one for the team, work together. We're going to end up with a better product in the end, and you might lose some autonomy as we have as board members. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's what's best for the county. And so really encourage everybody to kind of get on board and pull on the same end. So thanks for all your work. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so that takes us to, we need a motion on A and B, C, and D.
So moved.
Yes.
Was it
Wait,
just A
no,
and
I'm
B?
sorry. That's number 3.
A
Go
and
back.
B.
A and B. I got a little carried away.
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Nelson. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
And Chair Levanino.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can we please read departmental item number 3 into the record?
Chair Levanino, members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Energy Assurance Plan, EAP.
Chair Levanino, members of the board, Jesus Armas, Community Services Director. Just want to briefly introduce the topic and then invite April Price, our energy portfolio manager, to make the presentation. As you will recall, the Climate Action Plan had a number of tasks, number of objectives, a number of things that we indicated we would be pursuing. Preparation of an energy assurance plan is one of those items, and we're pleased to present our product for your consideration today. So, April?
Okay, can you hear me? Good morning, thank you very much. I'm happy to present the Energy Assurance Plan for your review today. I would also especially like to thank staff from other departments, from Planning and Development, General Services, and Office of Emergency Management for their involvement in the development of this plan. So the county's Energy Assurance Plan is developed as a website in order to increase the transparency of the county's efforts towards increasing our energy assurance both in our own facilities and more broadly within the community. The website also serves to highlight the successes of our implementation of this work. Interest in an energy assurance plan grew out of our position at the end of the transmission lines for both Southern California Edison and PG&E. And as I think we're all well aware, these lines travel through areas that are at high risk for fire and debris flows. This plan is also developed with the understanding that generating more local electricity and being able to store that electricity reduces that dependence on delivered energy and increases our preparedness for emergencies. We also expect that this plan will be helpful in securing funding for projects and programs that support energy assurance. So to begin, I would like to actually establish a baseline a bit and introduce you to an energy assurance map. It's a bit of an eye reach, but I'll walk you through a few maps here that I think will kind of set the baseline of the discussion. So as you can see on this map, there is kind of a red stripe that goes through the middle. That's our extreme high fire danger zone in the county. And then we have our blue waterways that indicate our extreme risks for flooding. This map also shows the transmission lines from Southern California Edison and PG&E that travel through these very high fire danger zones, especially in South County, really highlighting the need to plan for energy assurance in these areas. We've also mapped the generation of electricity within our county. So this map shows the generation at the utility scale or larger scale operations, showing the solar, fossil fuel, wind, and battery sites on the map. And this is also overlaid with the flood and fire zones. And this one is a bit busy, but this is showing the distributed energy resources in our county. So you'll generally see that areas of the map that are darker red have more solar projects throughout the county, and areas with more cross-hatching have higher penetration of battery projects. And when I say projects in this context, I'm referring to small-scale projects. So this is projects on our homes, businesses, and in municipal operations. So here you can see the highest penetration of solar is in the San Ynez Valley, and we have a relatively high penetration of those smaller battery projects down in Montecito. And finally, we've mapped the distribution of facility microgrids throughout the county that we're aware of. So these are sites that are able to stay online during a power outage scenario because they have co-located battery and solar systems on a given building or a given campus. As you can see, we've also highlighted the disadvantaged communities and low-income communities in this map. And in showing these low-income communities, we're highlighting opportunity for building more potential microgrids in these areas. Not all of these microgrids are publicly owned. Many of them are privately owned. Some of them are interested in becoming resilience hubs, but the vast majority of these are not. So, okay, here's our baseline of what energy projects exist in the county, and now we'll get on to the plan itself. So the energy assurance plan has 3 prongs. It's made up in our plan. It's made up of energy reliability, that is how we keep the power flowing, energy resiliency, which is how we restore that power as quickly as possible in the event of a power outage, and community power, which is the idea that we should establish places for people to go in the event of a power outage so that they can have some support for their critical needs. On your screen, you'll see the four critical goals, or the foundation of the energy assurance plan. The first 2 goals are focused on increasing the amount of renewable energy and energy storage throughout the county. And these goals represent, or include rather, both that utility scale large projects and the distributed small scale projects that make up the totals. The third goal is focused on increasing enrollment in utility demand response programs. And that's simply a method to decrease the stress on the grid during peak events, or when people are really using a lot of electricity. And our fourth goal is to increase resilience hubs so that residents throughout the county can access power and services during outages and emergencies. I'd really like to stress that meeting these 4 goals cannot be done by the county alone, but this plan lays out strategies for the county to influence growth across these 4 counties, across these four categories. I'd also like to mention that there is an equity focus to these goals. We realize that we won't have the same energy assurance outcome if we simply increase the amount of energy storage and solar in one area. But this has to be done throughout the county in a distributed manner in order to actually increase energy assurance for residents and businesses throughout the county. So both the renewable energy and energy storage goals have sub-goals. You can see here that we have a kilowatt per capita in each zip code. And that really highlights, as you saw on the map, there isn't a really uniform distribution of solar and batteries currently, and certain areas of the county will require a higher investment in order to catch up with the other areas. So there's three types of strategies that will support the goals that I laid out. The first is really what the county can do on our own, and this is leading by example. This is how the county will invest in energy assurance in our own facilities, mainly by adding solar and batteries to our own buildings. The next category is government and utility coordination, and these are strategies that highlight how we can work with community choice organizations, with investor-owned utilities, and with other key partners to ensure that projects are cited to support our county and that programs are developed that are beneficial to us. And the third is this idea of community empowerment. So these are strategies that the county can undertake to support residents and organizations to prepare themselves. So helping them install their own battery and solar, help them be more prepared for power outages, and create networks of support. So I'm just showing a few examples in each of these categories. You can see here in the leading by example categories, there are 3 facilities that General Services have, General Services provided the entire list, but these are just 3 that will, the goal is to install solar and battery on these sites. General Services would lead the implementation of all of the lead by example strategies, and I believe you'll hear from General Services staff shortly on an update on these projects, so we wanted to make sure to present together. We expect that these projects will be funded either through the CIP process. I know that they'll also present on an RFQ that they're developing, and potentially through power purchase agreements or other creative funding mechanisms. These are examples from utility and government coordination. And you can see here, again, these are efforts to really work with the agencies that are planning for projects throughout the region, making sure they are sited in areas that are beneficial to our local grid and our local resilience goals, and making sure that the programs are also developed with us in mind. And finally, in the community empowerment section, again, these are strategies developed across departments to provide support to homeowners, to residents, and to also solar developers that may develop within our region. As Jesus mentioned, our energy assurance plan isn't a standalone effort. Many of the strategies that are encompassed in the plan are referenced in other plans in this spider web of plans, if you will, and was first called for in the Strategic Energy Plan and is an action of the Climate Action Plan. The EAP also provides the energy resilience strategies for the current effort to develop the Climate Change Adaptation Plan. So to implement this plan, each of the strategies has a list of actions that is much more detailed that we did not list on our website, but that we will be tracking. Each of these strategies has a department lead and also has other outside agencies that we will need to collaborate with in order to fully implement the strategies. And this strategy implementation will be tracked in the same process by which we will track implementation of the Climate Action Plan. So reminding you of the recommended actions today, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Questions from the board? Comments? Supervisor Williams, I'm sure you're chomping at the bit.
I'll save it. Are we ready for comments? Is there any
public comment?
Chair Levanino, members of the board, we have one request to speak from the public on this item.
Let's hear that.
We are going to remain here in Santa Barbara with Ben Schwartz. Ben?
And thanks for waiting all morning, Ben.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Levanino and supervisors. My name is Ben Schwartz. I'm the policy manager with a local nonprofit called the Clean Coalition. We'd like to state our strong support for the EAP and recommend its adoption, though we do have a few proposed changes that we would propose that staff be directed to include, mainly which are a number of increased subtasks that will improve the effectiveness of the plan. Obviously, as a whole, the plan it is a great step forward to increasing the reliance on clean energy, on energy independence, increased flexibility on the local grid, as well as resilience. And joining 3CE increased the county's reliance on clean energy, but not necessarily on clean energy that is generated locally. And that's an important distinction. So on goal number 1, which is increasing the amount of clean energy generation here, we first recommend that the county work to change the definition of utility scale solar. And we know that that is a process that is underway, and we've been participating in that process. But currently, the definition is really unreasonably exclusionary. It treats a 100 megawatt solar farm the same way as a 1 megawatt solar project that is sited on a parking lot. So anything that is in front of the meter or directly tied to the grid is excluded from being developed except for a small area in the county in Cuyama Valley. And that has the unfortunate impact of limiting development, limiting business opportunities. One of those, the CPUC just passed a new community solar program, and there is significant government funding for that, a portion of $250 million from the federal government, as well as $33 million from the state government will be included. So we recommend that that is a low-hanging fruit, that changing that ordinance as soon as possible, which we've been recommending as far back as 2019 when the Strategic Energy Plan was developed. In addition, we think that the plan should also include the need to maximize all use of state and federal funds as well as state and federal programs as an overlying and broad goal. That applies to both the need for increased generation as well as energy storage, and not doing so limits the potential for development and economic opportunity. On goal number 3, on increasing demand response, we propose that the sub-goal of having dual participation with emergency reliability programs that pay folks to either generate and have behind-the-meter energy storage or to reduce their load entirely. And then last, on goal 4, surveying all county properties for microgrids, working with Southern California Edison, a bill passed AB 50 that requires Edison to at least work with the county once a year, and then starting the development of a community microgrid that can span the entire Southern County or part of the Northern County. The CPUC will pass in the next month a community microgrid program, which will allow a community microgrid of any size to be developed. And while that will take years, once we hit those targets for clean energy and storage, we will have enough energy available to back up the entire Southern County. So we recommend starting that process as soon as possible. Thank you.
Great. And I think Supervisor Hartman has a question for you, Ben.
Yeah, don't go yet. So could you explain what our current commercial solar definition prevents? Is it a barrier to more rooftop and parking lot solar?
So anything that is interconnected directly to the grid or in front of the meter is prevented throughout the county. So it can be small, it can be large. It prevents solar on farms, and not even considering the Williamson Act, it prevents anything on a built environment. And obviously, for larger solar, there are considerations, especially if we're talking about agricultural land. But if we're talking about a built environment where it doesn't need to go through a CEQA process, and there are very few, if any, environmental impacts, we think we should get that under development as soon as possible and focus our consideration on the larger projects where there is an environmental impact.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Yes.
Just to clarify a bit, Supervisor Hartman, via the chair, I believe you asked about commercial scale solar, but I believe Ben's answer was about utility scale solar.
Okay, utility scale. It was my, that's what I'm interested in and eager to hear your response to his comments.
Well, that is a little bit more in the jurisdiction of planning and development, that the utility solar planning effort is being led by planning and development, and I know that they are online and available to take questions.
Okay. Other questions from the board? Supervisor Capps?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm thrilled to see this before us so quick in succession after passing the Climate Action Plan. Thanks for really getting on it. We had the REACH code agendized, and you just are showing us the proof is in the pudding of passing this policy. So thank you. I'm energized, as we say. So. And I just want to do, you started with this, but it bears repeating, just that how high the stakes are. We're literally at the end of the line, and I'm cognizant of the fact that driving yesterday, I got my Ready SBC text about high winds and warm temperatures tonight and through the next couple days, and this is exactly why we're doing this work, and we need to do this work, and it's urgent because we are literally at the end of the line, and this is about, this is about the most vulnerable populations. This is about keeping, in my worldview, keeping kitchens open at schools so that kids can eat. It's about making sure that people that need their insulin can get it. It's about just making sure that our society functions, and the most vulnerable are usually the first to be impacted by outages. So thank you for the bold plan. And I also just want to thank you, too, as well about leading by example. I mean, our county, I think it's the biggest property owner, if not second. And so we have a huge responsibility to have as much skin in the game as possible, and I have some questions about that. So my questions are about that implementation. It's the same nature of my questions related to the Climate Action Plan, because you've set forth a big, bold, ambitious policy to have 450 megawatts of renewable energy capacity by 2030. That's exemplary. That is visionary. I see that I have a vision that I know you share, that Santa Barbara County could have a world-class electrical system that, again, is reliable for all of us. But it's going to be really hard to get there. And I want to hear a little bit more today, but also in the months to come, about how we're going to do it. I'm focused on the how and the who. And with the how, it's mostly how we're going to pay for it. So to that question, tell me about the grant processes. I know that with this administration, the Biden administration and the infrastructure law, there's literally billions of dollars, $10 billion for a GRIP grant that's related to grid resilience, $10 billion. And if this, depending on the outcome of the election, this program could be continued. Are we ready to be seeking major grants that will help us fund? As I note, 80% of the projects that you put forward here are unfunded. So walk me through about how we're going to access those funds, please.
One of the important elements, I think, to take into account, reflected in the comments even before this item, and that is how critical it is for the county as a whole to take responsibility for this. And that's why we're working pretty closely with P&D and with General Services. And you'll hear from General Services in the next presentation about a number of initiatives that I outlined to really move forward on the solar generation and battery storage, which are key elements to our undertaking here. I would remind the board that just at your most recent meeting, you approved submittal of an application to the EPA for a $20 million project in the Cuyuma Valley. So we are taking seriously exploring different funding sources. And to your point about the administration and the possible continuation of that effort, we're going to continue to look at all of those avenues, make sure we take advantage of each and every opportunity available to us.
Thank you. So that one specifically, I know that a consultant was hired for the federal grant potential. Is that still progressing?
And yes, the board authorized some funding for outside assistance. So you allocated up to $75,000 for that effort earlier this year. So that's a resource that we can tap as well.
Okay, so we'll be ready to go if that.
We need to go.
Okay, thank you. And so also too, related to funding, and I know this gets into the next agenda item, but the county facilities, those 3 identified projects are also unfunded. I know that, Community Environmental Council wrote us all a letter to that effect, pointing out that, this solarizing our own buildings has been a priority since the 2014 plan was passed by this board, I believe. And yet, with good intentions, a lot of projects have either been stalled or not yet online because of funding. So can you walk through how we're going to pay for, what your thoughts are for actually getting so that our own buildings are solarized? I know, again, this bleeds into the next departmental item, but power purchase agreements are something I'm quite familiar with Santa Barbara Unified School District, which put in 14 of such solar arrays and 6 microgrids, and did so to a cost savings of $7 million to the taxpayers. So I have a bit of a bias in terms of how these things can work and be funded and actually save money. So I'm hoping that that's a direction that we'll be headed in.
Yes, absolutely. Supervisor Capps, via the chair. To your point, General Services will include a lot of this information in the presentation following. But the development of the RFQ that they're doing to cover not just the 3 example projects, but the longer list of projects that is listed on the website, I think will be really helpful to your previous question of preparing us for going after funding opportunities like the GRIP grant. Having competitively selected vendors to work with in that application process will, I think, simplify things quite a bit. And that's if we are paying for things. Or going after that grant funding. If we're considering a PPA, and I think General Services will speak to this also, the landscape has changed a bit, and with the Inflation Reduction Act allowing municipalities to benefit from the 30% tax credit, it's suddenly 30% cheaper for us to buy our infrastructure than it was prior to the passing of that policy. So certainly PPAs are a great tool that many municipalities use, and also the equation has simply changed a bit for us to consider a little bit of a cheaper purchase price.
So are you more optimistic? I know when this priority was set forth to solarize most of our county buildings in 2014, yet much of that hasn't happened. Are you more optimistic now, given the changing conditions, that we can actually, the rubber can meet the road and we can actually fund these things through a variety of approaches?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay.
Good answer.
Okay, good answer. Okay, so, and I just want to talk about partners, because you referenced some agency partners, and we've talked about, and I share this belief that we can't do this alone, and we need to empower and mobilize as many community partners as possible. So I'm just curious, who has weighed in on this plan thus far? Which partners have given feedback? Because I think, again, human nature, it's important to engage partners from the get-go. So who have you worked with to develop this plan?
Supervisor Capps, via the chair, I mentioned the interdepartmental collaboration that has happened within county staff. We also held 2 stakeholder workshops, and I don't have in front of me the entire list of attendees, but we had participation from solar developers, from nonprofits, including the Clean Coalition that just spoke today, the Community Environmental Council, a number of local nonprofits. So we were trying to get both the developers at the table and also more the advocates, also 3C Ren as certainly an implementer of a lot of the outreach outreach arm of the community work.
Okay. And one of those partners pointed out, just if you could discuss, this is a bit more technical, included our proposed ratio of distributed capacity to storage, and I believe we're proposing a 10-to-1 ratio, but feedback that I received was that it's more optimal to do something closer to 2-to-1. Again, we can take that offline if need be, but I wanted to share that feedback.
Yeah. Supervisor Capps, via the chair. So you're referring to having a higher portion of utility scale than is currently proposed in the plan?
Well, I think it's more the ratio between storage, distributed storage, and I think the numbers are set, but it's more the ratio between and understanding better about the locations of where the storage would be, and making sure that the ratios between the capacity and the storage is satisfactory.
Understood. Yeah, Supervisor Capps, via the chair. The goals were set based on what we expect to be possible, but I agree that there could be a more optimal ratio.
Okay.
So I wouldn't see this goal as like, once we get here, we are completely energy assured forever.
Okay.
This is a step towards the county reaching a higher level of energy assurance, again, both for our own facilities and within the community.
And finally, I just thank you for the goal of 10 resiliency hubs. I know that's a top priority of the Community Environmental Council that did a lot of, I think, a year worth of stakeholder outreach to come up with that as their top priority. What will be the process for determining the selection of where those resiliency hubs are?
Supervisor Capps, via the chair, it's an interesting process because a resilience hub could pop up without any of our involvement.
Sure.
And resilience hubs, again, to remind everyone, are a little bit complicated in nature because they may or may not actually have backup energy, solar and storage to still serve in some capacity as a resilience hub. But we are talking about those with solar and storage today. So given that there's many processes for, let's say, a church to go from just serving the community to serving them during a power outage, it's hard to give you a really straight line answer. But for instance, 3C Ren via the Energy Assurance Services program offers free evaluations to any facility within the Tri-County region that really wants to make these upgrades and has at least some financial interest and availability in pursuing the goals. So by working with the county via 3C Ren, we're able to offer really comprehensive audits and step-by-step process for making those upgrades. And then we also offer kind of this hand-holding process to help identify and apply to some extent for grant funding to implement those upgrades.
Thanks, and maybe we should just pause for a second because I say this vernacular resiliency hub. Can you just describe it? Because again, I'm close to it. We've turned many of our schools into resiliency hubs intentionally because they're such natural places in the community where people turn in time of disasters, and we know that they're ideally suited to have people spend the night or have kitchens that function, have refrigeration that functions for people in times of needs. But can you just end with my questions on just explaining that a little bit more, because I don't know if everyone really understands how essential these would be to our community functioning in the time of disaster.
Absolutely. So you summarized it well, Supervisor Capps via the chair. These are places where people in the community can go to get really critical services. And each resilience hub will offer their own flavor of critical services. Many of them do include refrigeration, power, so maybe powering people's medical devices, for instance, food kitchen, food preparation and distribution, distribution of critical information for evacuation. Many of these are shelters, but not all of them are shelters. So it does depend. And again, the focus on resilience hubs in the context of this plan is making sure that they do have electricity during a real disaster where the grid is down.
Thank you. So I applaud you. We have a relatively small sustainability team. This work is extremely daunting, so I hope my questions are taken in a constructive way, that I want to be enlisted as part of the implementation team in some regard. I think that's where our board can really support you all, because this is, again, just about resiliency in the time of the greatest time of need in our county in times of these disasters. So with that, I'm hoping that we could have, with acceptance of this today, a 6-month report on implementation. Again, not to put more pressure on a small but mighty team, but to really help bring to light how we're moving so that we can engage more partners and shine more light on the needs and potential gaps or potential wins. So that's what I would put forward for my colleagues when we come to the time of accepting this report, to add to it a 6-month report back on implementation. So thank you for all your answers. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I just had some questions about the conversation. So resiliency hubs, is that always going to be like a solar and battery, or would sometimes the resiliency hub might actually have a generator?
Supervisor Nelson via the chair. Different resilience hubs in general can, again, provide their own suite of services, and some resilience hubs might opt to power their operations with a generator. We wouldn't capture that as a success within the Energy Assurance Plan because, again, this is an effort to support the Climate Action Plan and reduce our emissions.
Sure, but just to expand the overall availability of these hubs, I mean, that might be an option, at least in an interim, as a bridge, in some circumstances might be appropriate.
True. In
Yes.
some instances, it would be appropriate.
Right. Well, I mean, that's what these things are about, is emergencies. So,
And,
it's not as
Supervisor-
easy always to have quote unquote clean energy options there. There are some tried and true, sometimes even more reliable options out there that often come in through combustion. And so I just was wondering if those qualify as well as still as being resiliency hubs.
One of the, Supervisor Nelson through the chair, one of the points that Ms. Price mentioned is some of these resilience hubs may be initiated on their own. And so they may elect to use that kind of a method because of the condition or the location of the particular hub. So this isn't indicating that it's only one method is available. We're simply indicating that as we strive to achieve the goals of the CAP, we're looking at solar and battery storage as a means of serving the hubs.
Sure, and that's kind of always been my approach, is all the above. I think this building is actually, the emergency hub here is a generator. I think our EOC is a generator. I think most of our hospitals are generators because of the reliability that comes from those pieces. And as much as that can be supplemented in the future through green energy projects, especially those that are subsidized by grants, I think that's great use of energy and time. And that does bring me to the question that Ms. Price, that you had about, you mentioned about 30% tax credit to some of these projects. I mean, makes a project 30% cheaper. We don't pay taxes, so I'm just trying to figure out how that exactly works.
Supervisor Nelson, via the chair. Yes, so through the Inflation Reduction Act, there is a mechanism for the county to receive a cash payment. Okay. So it's getting the benefit of a tax credit without being a taxpayer.
So a grant in lieu of taxes. Okay, I was just trying to make sure I understood the mechanism there of how that factor in. And this might be for the next item. I know with a lot of the projects that we're promoting and a lot of solar projects, there's been a discussion about the expiration of the NIM 2.0 and moving to 3.0. And I don't know if it's going to be answered in this item or the next item. I know there's some concerns about, I think we applied for those permits so that we could stay under NIM 2.0, and I heard recently that we might be at risk of losing that and might be now going into NIM 3.0 because we haven't been able to move forward with some of the deadlines. Is that something that you guys can speak to, or maybe that's an item for the next one with, I guess I'll ask General Services in the next item if they're able to comment on that. But I know that's a big concern, whether we're able to fully utilize that, because I know that was a big deal in the first place was, there was a big rush originally, but it said, no, we can go ahead and register for the 2.0. But I believe we had deadlines to meet if we wanted to take advantage of that. And I'm anxious to hear a report back on that. And then I also wanted to understand item number 3 here. Maybe this is a question for CEO. It's recommended action C, direct staff to pursue implementation of strategies in the EAP as funding and resources permit. So that would be, we're looking for grants there, or is that as, what are those dollars there? Because I just want to know what I'm agreeing to if I support this motion.
It could be anything your board hasn't made that determination yet. I think we would always look for grants, whether federal funding, state funding, working with partners, but it also could include general fund, and those would be budget discussions that we have not yet held with the board.
Okay, so it's not committing any current dollars to this. It would be a future discussion, but then authorizing staff to go out and try to look for dollars out there that might be available.
That's my understanding.
Okay, well, I would be able to support it if that's the correct understanding of everybody else as well at this point. The last, comment I have about these projects that we have, and I know I'm a broken record up here when I talk about the CIP and projects north and south, and something I see a lot is that we do some of these energy projects up north, and then we're told that's your capital project for the North County. And that's compared to these other things. And I think that these energy projects need to be on a different tier when we talk about capital, because that's a part of this. It's kind of an overarching strategy. But when I'm talking about capital, I'm not necessarily talking about these projects. I'm talking about community centers, ball fields, fire stations, libraries. And sometimes when we look at the CIP and we tell Supervisor Nelson that, yeah, we're spending money up there. It's often on these projects, which are part of another strategy as our capital. And so I just wanted to highlight that is, I hope, not what we view those things at. Yes, it's dollars that we spend, but we still have a lot of need on basic infrastructure that the South Coast has had for generations up in the North County. We need facilities for our DAs and our public defenders. We have a lot of aging infrastructure up north that need capital investment. And so I just want to be careful when I know this is a priority of our board, totally get it, I can support that, but I do think that there's a baseline that we need to continue to invest in before we jump into these technologies and strategies. And these can definitely be a part of those projects, but I don't want these in lieu of those projects, is my advocacy here up on the dais.
Supervisor Williams.
Apologize in advance for the deafening background noise of the only places that have good service. But it's vital that we achieve these goals, and it's an appropriately high priority for the county and for the general public living in the county, not just so that we can have a better world by combating climate change, but for even more practical reasons. One is that reliability. I just posted on my Facebook a slide from this energy conference I'm at, showing the difference between the 2022 heat wave peak in energy and the most recent heat wave peak in 2024. And really the thing that kept the lights on and kept us out of danger as a region and as a state was the dramatic increase in batteries that have taken place. But that's got to continue because we're experiencing load growth, and that's the last practical reason. Our ag sector, our commercial sector with needing more computing capacity are all using a lot more energy. And for us to sustain economic activity, it's also going to be really crucial to meet these goals. I would even say the battery goal is vastly more important than the generation goal to really achieve both the greenhouse gas emission reductions desired and the reliability desired. The other stuff is also helpful, sometimes helpful in order to achieve the economic balance to deploy the battery. But the battery is vastly more important.
Okay, thank you. Any Supervisor Hart?
Yeah, I
Supervisor
just
Hartman.
had a couple of questions yet. So the the $75,000 grant that we allocated, could you give us a progress report on what's occurring, the work under that?
That was the so-called GRIP grant, if you'll recall, and we were in conversations with a private company that was going to pursue that. It decided that it was not interested in moving in that effort, and so we're trying to identify other opportunities to achieve the same result.
But we're still, did we hire a contractor to survey our county facilities and see how we might be able to participate in such a program as a virtual power plant?
The funding wasn't intended to do that kind of survey. It was more to assist us in making sure that we had a robust application that could be considered by the Department of Energy. But when the third-party purveyor withdrew interest, our strength as an application diminished.
And then I would have an interest in hearing from our planning and development about the commercial solar installations and that definitional issue.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, this is Alex Tuttle. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hi. As many of you know, we are actively working on ordinance update package addressing utility scale solar. In fact, on the admin agenda today was board contract to continue work with our consultants and an acknowledged receipt of a $100,000 grant that we were awarded by the state to support these efforts. So we can always appreciate that. So yes, definition for utility scale solar is going to be modified as part of that work effort. That moves away from how the energy is being used and just more to the type of project or size of the project. So rooftop solar of any scale would be exempt as an installation and not be treated in terms of where the energy is going.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, I just had a question on the utility scale solar. Maybe I'm just too simplistic. Maybe it's a question for council. Why didn't we just make that an allowable use and with some type of CUP? Maybe that's for planning. It seems that if it was just an allowable use, any project would actually have to go through CEQA in the future. I think that's been the impediment to this, is that it's not even an allowable use at this point. What would be the harm in the county just of making utility scale solar allowable? Well, go ahead.
Supervisor Nelson through the chair. So, this effort, the primary focus of this effort is currently utility scale solar, as everyone is probably aware, is limited to a 600-acre area within the Cuyama Valley. That was done a number of years ago to facilitate one particular project. The board directed us to look at updating the code to make utility scale solar allowable in other zones as well, particularly ag zones and some of the more industrial zones around the county. So that's the effort that we are currently undertaking. We do have to do environmental review whenever we prepare an ordinance update such as that, especially one that's going to open up the doors to future development, even if that future development may require CUP and undergo its own CEQA. From a programmatic level, setting up the stage through a program EIR, somewhat similar to the housing element, where we look at it from a programmatic scale, and then any future project would be evaluated on a case-by-case basis and be able to potentially tier off that program EIR to extent feasible.
Yeah, I guess it's always baffles me that we need to perform CEQA to then perform CEQA again on something. And seems like we make things more complicated than they should have to be. Understanding that there'd be a future CEQA document that would actually deal with the environmental impacts of that future project. So, this is more of a philosophy that extends beyond just utility scale solar. And I would wish that our board would be able to find ways to navigate. I know that, Supervisor Williams has been working on this for 8 years and it's still not birthed. And so, I hope in the future we can find other ways to allow pathways that are a little bit more expeditious for this board's desires to see these policy priorities move forward, especially when there would probably be an extensive multi-year environmental process in the future. It just seems really absurd that we get tied up around the axles on that.
Okay, Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak from the public? Oh, we already did. That was a long time ago. Okay. Can I get a motion then?
I would like to move staff recommendation with the addition of a request to come back in 6 months with implementation steps on this and also the climate action plan.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson.
Aye.
Supervisor Williams.
Aye.
Supervisor Capps.
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman.
Aye.
And Chair Lavanino.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. This is where putting personal preference over the board. We're not going to go to lunch yet. We're going to fight through and go to number 4. So staff out there, if you hear my stomach growling, it's all good.
Be careful.
Yeah, I'm voting against this. Let's read 4 into the record, please.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the General Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the General Services Energy Program update.
Good morning. Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Lavanino, members of the board. Happy to be here today, and really dovetails into the previous topic is energy program update, and our energy manager, Brandon Kaysen, will be giving the brief.
Chair Lavanino and supervisors of the board, it's a real honor and privilege to be able to be here and talk about the hard work that we're doing in general services. My name is Brandon Kaysen. I've been the energy manager for 2 years now, and it's been really just a pleasure and a gift to be able to do this. I'm a division of 1 and have expanded to 2, believe it or not. But we're nested within a really amazing team within Capital Facilities Fleet. The sustainability team has also been a huge support of our work. So we're going to get a quick update of what we've been up to over the last 12 months and get a peek as to what we're focusing on in the year to come. So some of the key elements of the presentation today, want to start with a win, right? So we'll talk about achievements that we've been able to accomplish. We'll touch on the municipal greenhouse gas inventory, which was something that our sustainability division in the community services department was able to accomplish this last year. Take a peek at our energy use and cost trends over the last year and over the last 5 years. Talk a little bit about renewable energy projects and some of the things that we're looking at moving forward. All right, so we've got a list here, and I know there were a number of questions that came up during the last presentation, so if I don't touch on them, please remind me of what those were, but I'll do my best to cover them all. One of the big ones is we nearly doubled our electric vehicle charging infrastructure just in the last 12 months alone. So 92 new EV charging stations sprinkled throughout the county. And I will make mention that with a huge team effort, we were awarded a grant for government fleets that came out of the state. It was $4.3 million with an expectation of match funds and time from the county, looking at installing an additional 150 chargers over the next couple of years. So we have a lot of work on the horizon as far as EV charging stations go, but it's a really critical component both for our vehicle fleet as well as our staff and the public at large. We completed a site assessment and solar feasibility study of the Gaviota Mariposa site. The Energy Division stands idle and willing to support those efforts moving forward, but that assessment has been complete. We finalized and energized the Betaravia Solar Project, which was a long time coming. I'm sure all of you are well aware. It was something big that I wanted to accomplish when, day one, stepping into this role, and so we're really excited that project is online and producing clean energy. We completed the Building Decarbonization Roadmap, which is a fancy term for looking at all of our buildings countywide, identifying which ones are really good candidates for electrification, looking at aging infrastructure, costs for renovations, and really working with our partners in facilities and capital to understand what does this process look like moving forward. That was funded actually through our sustainability division and CSD, so really grateful for that partnership there, and we hired a firm to perform that study for us. We began our HVAC and building energy management system project where we selected 8 buildings countywide that either were ripe for electrification. So the Santa Maria Admin Building and Casa Nueva buildings are 2 to mention, that we have large HVAC upgrades, transitioning packaged units that use natural gas to very efficient air source heat pumps at those buildings. So 2 case studies that we're looking at as models moving forward, and then as well as establishing building energy management systems, getting our buildings more sophisticated so we can better manage them moving forward. And lastly, we just completed the draft of our solar microgrid RFQ, which happy to talk a little bit more about. We're expecting to release that this month, and that's been a huge effort and a long time coming as well. So as I mentioned, the greenhouse gas inventory was completed by the Sustainability Division, but I want to just touch on some major things, some highlights from the inventory itself. The county buildings and fleet represent about 1.8% of our total community greenhouse gas emissions. That can be broken up into 3 major sectors. So buildings and infrastructure, our vehicle fleet, and employee commuting. So general services in particular is focused on the first two, so our buildings infrastructure and our vehicle fleet. But it is important to note that over half of our municipal related emissions relates to how employees are getting to and from buildings, from home to work, et cetera. That presents some other challenges, some interesting challenges that we're here to support, but as far as general services go, that's a little bit beyond what we're able to influence directly. So this is a busy graph here. Really, the main thing to note is that all departments have a piece of the pie, right? And some have larger fleets, some have larger buildings. The one at the top there, I'm sure your eyes go to first, is Sheriff, right? Sheriff has a huge vehicle fleet. They have the jails that they operate, so they likely have a larger piece of our overall pie. Public Works, Social Services, Fire, Public Health all have either large buildings or large fleets, so they have a larger piece of our total municipal inventory, but it's going to require efforts, changes from all of our departments if we're going to make efforts in reducing our overall emissions. Looking at just our buildings and vehicles that we own and operate, county-owned vehicles represent about 46% of those total emissions. Our building natural gas consumption, about a third of total emissions, and then electricity, another 20%. So mention the decarbonization roadmap, which you'll get a peek of in a moment. That's really focusing on that natural gas component, that 33%. What practically and feasibly does it make sense for us to transition that infrastructure to electric-powered sources? The zero-emission vehicle policy is really focused on the big piece of the pie, the 46%, and transitioning our internal combustion engines to electric vehicles. And then, we have 20% of our emissions come from electricity. And you may ask, well, isn't there an easy solution for that? And there is. We've made there's been decisions made as to what rate of electricity we're getting from 3CE. If someday we were to decide to go to 100%, that would resolve that 20% piece, so just to make note of. Okay, so getting into some of the graphs here. We're looking at total energy consumption, so if we combine electricity and natural gas for all of our county buildings, and looking them by month over the last 5 years, you'll notice that 2024, which really is the most recent fiscal year, is represented by that dark blue, navy blue color. Just taking a quick glance, you'll notice that the last fiscal year was actually some of the lowest energy consuming months in the last 5 years. Now, there are a number of things that could have influenced that. One, we actually did have some more mild weather this last year. We've made some significant improvements in terms of how we're managing our buildings. And we've had some renewable energy infrastructure come online. So it's been a culmination of a lot of different efforts that has resulted in lower energy consumption over time.
A question on that slide real quick.
Sure.
Just, why don't we see like a huge downturn during COVID? I would have thought, we weren't using as much.
It's a really good question, Chair Lavanillo. Without looking into the details, my initial instinct is that we didn't necessarily turn all of those buildings completely off. And it's interesting, especially with some of the work from home strategies, we still have to ventilate these buildings if there's,
one person in there, the light still has to be on and the AC still has to be on.
So that becomes part of the challenge. And I too would have expected to see a decrease in total energy consumption, but that would be my initial guess.
But it's good to see the track going.
Yeah.
Supervisors, just to remind us, we closed to the public during the shutdown, but we did not close our county offices, so people were still working.
Before my time, of course, too. Okay, so there's a lot to see here, but I will mention that energy use intensity, or EUI, is probably the best metric for us to answer the question of, are we actually doing better in terms of energy performance? So energy use intensity looks at all electricity and natural gas that we consume on an annual basis divided by square footage. So of all the buildings that we own and operate, are we getting more efficient per square foot? And you'll see a pretty consistent fluctuation throughout the year, as we would expect. But when you look back at 2020 to present day, we've seen about a 15% reduction in energy use intensity over time. And so this could likely be because we're reducing energy from renewable energy resources. New buildings are coming online, so we have more energy consumption, but those new buildings are significantly more efficient. So we are increasing our square footage and lowering our total energy use per square foot with those new facilities. So this is a trend that we expect to see continue over time, and it's certainly a sign that things are headed in the right direction. So we're reducing energy usage, we're getting more efficient, and we're paying more. It's probably no surprise. Everybody looks at their utility bills at the end of the month, and prices per unit continue to rise, and in some cases faster than we can reduce energy. So again, that dark blue, navy blue line is the most recent fiscal year, and while we did have some months that were lower than 2023, for example, we're still seeing that rates have continued to elevate our total energy costs month over month. And you'll see that here, the cost per unit of electricity has increased 70% since 2014-15, and the cost per unit of natural gas has increased 90% during that same timeline. So these are gigantic increases that really put a lot of pressure on us, and grid hardening, wildfires, inflation, increasing demand, global conflict, the list goes on as to what could be causing this, but ultimately it's a result of rising costs and becoming more complicated over time. And here's just our look at the last fiscal year, where we're spending money in terms of utilities. I will make mention that vehicle gasoline does not show up on this. That's part of the fleet division's responsibility, but electricity is a little more than half of our total expenditure, and we do anticipate that to increase in terms of percentage, right? As we electrify our vehicles, as we find buildings that are good candidates for electrification, we will see a transition from both gasoline to electricity as well as natural gas to electricity. Okay, so taking a peek at our renewable energy projects, you may have seen something like this similar, or it hasn't changed a whole lot since last time I was here last year. We have about 3.5 megawatts of solar installed throughout the county. Some very large projects, the Calle Real campus and Betaravia campus are two large arrays. The Regional Fire Communications Center, that project is coming into completion and will be energized relatively soon. We're working through the utility interconnection process. This, in total, the renewable energy that we generate represents about 1/3 of our total electricity consumption countywide. And then when you look at the renewable energy that we procure through 3CE, it represents about 66% total renewable electricity, right? Not necessarily renewable energy, including natural gas, but renewable electricity specifically. And the projects that you will see in our solar microgrid RFQ are represented here. And again, a range of large projects like the Calle Real expansion and the downtown campus, and some smaller projects like the new Cuyama swimming pool and the Burton Mesa public safety facility. All of our battery sizes are representative of roughly 4 hours of backup. We recognize that there are some buildings that are more critical that may need more, and some that maybe are not critical facilities that may not need any at all. Those are really important decisions that we're faced with when trying to identify which locations are best suited for solar and battery backup. And as you'll see on the right, not inexpensive to do these projects, which is part of the reason why we developed this RFQ, to better understand what does ownership look like, what does a power purchase agreement look like, and what are some other creative financing options that we might look at. Supervisor Nelson asked the question of net energy metering applications. All of these projects have been submitted for NEM 2 applications. Some have been approved. Some are in a very complex process of questions and review. And while we are very sensitive to the time element, there are other things that present challenges in terms of us moving forward with those projects very quickly. So, it's something that's important to me that we take advantage of this. And if for some reason those do expire, the biggest downside of letting go of the NEM2 applications is the value that we get from exporting solar to the grid. So one may question, well, doesn't the battery element mitigate that? And I would argue that, yes, it actually does mitigate some of those downsides. So if for some reason those applications expire and we have battery backup, we produce excess power from the solar array, and that actually gets stored for later use rather than exporting it to the grid and then buying it back from the grid at a later date. So we're pursuing NEM2 applications, all of them that we've submitted, and we recognize that having battery elements does mitigate some of those downsides.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavigno. So that you said for all these projects, but we did register for even more than these projects for the NIM 2.0, or are these the only projects that we?
These represent the entirety of the.
There are various financing options, and the math changes with the 2 versus the 3 when we go to different grants or work with different partners, or whatever it's a power purchase agreement or whatever, how these work. And so there's kind of a tipping point on the feasibility, right?
Yeah, so there is a tipping point of feasibility if we don't have battery backup options. So if we are just grid tied with no backup, then there is a tipping point in terms of when a provider might be interested in coming in and saying, we'll do a power purchase agreement for this project, because they do factor in the value of export in the total cost.
Sure, and the battery technology is still pretty expensive, right? And it's cost prohibitive. So before any of these expire, I hope that comes back to the board with at least an opportunity for us to take advantage of something before we just opt for, hey, maybe we'll just wait till we get a battery. I'd hate to see that go by. I think there's too much invested in where we're at right now to do that. So I don't know whose decision that is. I hope it ends up ultimately on our shoulders at the board, not on a staff level.
Yeah, Supervisor Nelson through the chair. I'll make sure that as soon as we get feedback, we're expecting to go out to bid and release this RFQ this month. As soon as we get responses, I'll be prepared to present the findings, and then together we can make a decision on what's best to move forward.
Are we bidding these with or without battery so that we can take advantage of either of those options?
Yeah.
And then tie in a battery in the future if that technology.
Yeah, we'll present this as a battery option is what we would like to do. We would like to see batteries included in all of these projects, but we want to be able to see the economics with and without.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep.
Supervisor Capps.
I just want to echo that. Again, you understand this far better than I, but my understanding is it's much more economic to stay within NEM 2.0. And so if there's you mentioned challenges, we don't have to get into them now, but if there's challenges that we should be aware of or that we can help with, I just want to not let these opportunities go by. I know you share that sentiment, so thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we're going to transition into the decarbonization roadmap. This was in collaboration with the sustainability team, and we hired a partner, Verigy, who supported us in this process. And really, we looked at every building that the county owns and where are we getting our power from, what infrastructure exists, and other questions came up as to whether that is new or aging infrastructure. Are they good candidates for replacement? The long list of variables that we're considering when prioritizing projects that we think are good investments. So here you'll see a summary where we have identified about 50% of all buildings are currently all electric, and about 42% of the total square footage that we own and operate are currently all electric buildings. So about roughly 50% more to go. A lot of those are much larger buildings and can be very complex in terms of retrofits and upgrades, but we're in a good point right now. And below we'll see that we have about 625 internal combustion engines that we're focusing on identifying a transition plan to electric vehicles. We currently have about 93 EVs in operation now, so a lot of work to do, but we have a plan to move forward with that as well. Here's something that you will see in the decarbonization roadmap. These are identified as the top 5 buildings for electrification. And I'll pause and say that, I'm very aware of our net zero energy resolution and very aware of the challenges that are presented in order to achieve that. So part of what General Services wants to do is, sustainability is in our core values. And part of that is a fiscal responsibility, that is balanced with our environmental responsibility and making buildings that are more comfortable for everybody in them. So identifying projects that need replacement immediately, have a relatively high savings in terms of emissions per year, have low incremental costs. And this is a big one that we think is important moving forward in terms of a metric of how we look at buildings. We know systems will need to get replaced, and we know that there's going to be a relatively large capital investment. How much more would we have to spend to electrify those systems? And that's what the incremental project cost is. And looking at, with that additional investment, how quickly could we recover that incremental cost from the savings from those projects? And so that's what you see in the second to last column there. So some of these buildings, we're looking at feasibility. Can it work? How old is it? Are we going to keep this building around? What is the incremental costs? And then from there, going into a design phase, formal bid. And this is a process of looking at the 18% funds, CIP, other funding mechanisms that might be available to help us achieve the zero net energy goals. Here we have the impacts of vehicle electrification. So, this transition isn't going to happen overnight. We're prepared to put together a long-range plan for electrifying the entirety of our fleet. But you'll see that, while there are significant upfront capital costs from transitioning our internal combustion engines to electric vehicles, we have seen that they're considerably more affordable to operate over time. And this is a primary lever for us to reduce our municipal greenhouse gas emissions in the immediate future. So looking forward, we have some challenges and opportunities. The big one, and the elephant in the room, is that costs are rising at a pretty alarming rate and oftentimes outpacing how quickly we can reduce energy. Also, the cost per metric ton of CO2 reduced in the built environment can tend to be higher than in other sectors. And transportation is one where CO2 reduced per dollar invested is quite more favorable. Reducing emissions from employee commuting is quite complex, right? We have cost of living challenges, affordable housing, location to public transport, et cetera, that all factor in. Our cost for performing energy efficiency in existing buildings is quite expensive, whether it's the age of the building and the existing infrastructure or the rising costs of new technology. And there's always personnel and budget constraints, but this is why we're engaging in this long-range planning and this roadmap development so that we can be prepared moving forward. And there are a number of opportunities. One that was discussed is the ability for us to capitalize on the investment tax credit, which this will be the first year that we submit a tax return, which is new for us, right? And it's a process that we're engaged in, both on the renewable energy side, the battery storage side, as well as EV charging infrastructure and vehicles themselves, so we can receive payments for those investments. Building operational improvements and efficient designs are a primary lever for decreasing energy use, and really excited to see a lot of our new buildings coming online. The RFCC probation headquarters are very advanced technologically, all electric buildings, it's not a small feat to electrify buildings of those size. So it's really exciting to see those new projects coming online. The return on investment for energy projects continues to improve as the unit cost increases for electricity and gas, right? It's not something to be overly excited about, but it's the reality. The return on investment continues to improve as costs increase. Our decarbonization effort will target the gas-powered infrastructure that's aging and prioritize renewable energy to lower overall operational costs. And the transition from gas-powered to electric vehicles will increase county electricity demands while reducing overall emissions. So opportunity for us to take advantage of our renewable energy infrastructure as we transition our vehicle fleet.
Supervisor Nelson? Oh, good now? Okay.
So that concludes my presentation. Thank you so much.
All right, great. Questions, or would you rather go to public comment first?
Yeah,
All right.
I have a question.
Okay.
You mentioned 18%, and I was just kind of, I was taken aback by that. That's deferred maintenance money. So I'm just trying to understand how that money would be targeted for these projects.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, the money wouldn't necessarily be targeted, but I do work hand in hand with facilities to identify projects that make sense for the use of those funds. I'm certainly not targeting them for my projects by any means.
Okay, it just sounded that way.
Okay.
And then, I was curious about when we look at these buildings, are we also looking at employee commutes as part of the portfolio? And I'm, for some reason, I'm not finding the presentation in the record, by the way. So I was trying to bring it back up so I could grab the right slide. So maybe when we're looking at these building inventories and we're talking about the commutes, are we examining that as part of the roadmap?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, specifically for the decarbonization roadmap and the building electrification effort, the proximity to where people are living wasn't taken into consideration.
And that's kind of the biggest piece of the inventory, though, right? And that we're looking at
employee commute, absolutely.
So we're going to do all this and not look at the elephant in the room.
Supervisors, that's actually part of the CAP, the Climate Action Plan, about looking at employee commutes, and there's several actions of the CAP regarding that.
So I guess I'm just trying to figure out how that fits in with all this. I mean, it sounds like a decarbonization. It should feed into general services, right? I mean, the idea that we should be siting buildings, with that in mind, if that's what we're trying to accomplish. Are we doing evaluations on buildings and taking a look at that? I know we just, where do our employees work, and are we trying to make sure that our buildings are in a place where we can reduce these trips, which can make a lot of this, even some of these gains moot, right? So.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, Garrett Wong here, the Climate Program Manager. So we helped to support this effort by supporting the municipal decarbonization roadmap along with the municipal greenhouse gas inventory. And I want to make sure that we're distinguishing the different work efforts and the different outcomes and then also the next steps. So the general services update is really meant to focus on what general services has the primary domain over, which is our facilities and our vehicle fleet, and then on occasion the new establishment of facilities. The employee commute aspect that we uplifted in the inventory is something that will be addressed through a separate effort. We have a clean commute committee, which does consist of general services, sustainability division, and our human resources department, as well as SPCAG. So that's an interdepartmental committee that's looking at different ways of engaging employees, offering different incentives, raising awareness about different commuting options. And at a later date, we will be coming back to the board with some recommendations and some funding allocations from the Sustainability Initiatives Fund that we'd like to dedicate to that end.
Yeah, I don't think the question's getting answered that I'm trying to ask here. So, so we have buildings, that's general services, I think that's your purview, and we site them places, and there's a employee commute that feeds into that, which is the biggest draw of greenhouse gases for that building, is where it's located. And so are we even looking at that when we think about where we put a building in this county? I mean, we talked about job housing imbalance for a decade, but we're doing all this stuff, and we're spending all these millions of dollars, and are we just asking the simple question, could we solve most of these problems by just locating the building somewhere that would make sense to reduce employee miles? And I'm getting...
CEO Miyasato.
Supervisors, I think that's a good idea. As you know, it's not like we go out and buy property all the time for new facilities. A lot of it is improving the facilities we have on the land that we have. If we could turn back the time 50 years ago, maybe we would have made different decisions knowing where we are today. But I think that's it. If you would like us to look at if any new property comes about to see what's the proximity to existing employees. We could do that. That would be probably a good exercise. I think if you're trying to make the connection about where we cite new county facilities in regard to employee commutes, I think that's a good exercise for us to do. But I just want to make sure that's what you're indicating.
Yeah, that's what I'm indicating. And you know, our last two buildings that we're citing is a dispatch center and a probation building. Again, areas that are remote from most of that workforce. So the reason why I think we should be looking at that is I think that should have gone into that consideration in the first place. Yes, I know that probation building near a courthouse, that makes sense, I get it, but maybe it should have been a smaller building and there should have been an outpost for a lot of the other workers that was more centrally located for probation workers. Same thing with dispatch. A dispatch could be anywhere, or it doesn't even need to be in our county. But we need, if we're gonna try to attack these issues, we have another tool to doing that. And we are locating buildings, you know, every couple of years, significant infrastructure. You know, have we even looked at that as part of the Cali Real master plan? Is what, you know, does that make sense for all those functions at that location? Is there something better in Buellton? Is there something better in Santa Maria? You know, that's where our population's moving. That's where the housing's more affordable. So, you know, I understand what we're trying to accomplish here, but there's a bigger picture that I think we need to take a step back and that we have a lot more power over. And it's not just stuff that turning the clock back 50 years. We're making decisions within the last 6 months that impact this. And so I'm just asking if we're taking that into consideration. I'm hearing no, we haven't yet. But if we really want to attack this, that's, I would see where we get our best bang for our buck is actually doing that. And then we can accomplish a lot of our goals. Housing for our employees, reduction of greenhouse gases, potentially more affordable construction costs, you know, in areas that it might be cheaper to build. So again, I think that should be something we should be looking at.
Supervisor, I'm not disagreeing with you. It would be, like you said, it's a larger view of where our county facilities are, because obviously if it were all in North County where housing is more affordable for our employees, then that would be, you know, a rational decision. But we're also looking at costs of land we own, all of that. But I agree it's a larger discussion that we should have.
Okay, let's go to public comment.
Chair Levanino, members of the,
Well, let's go to public comment, then we'll come back, because let's take care of Ben.
we have 2 requests to speak on this item. We're going to begin with Cindy Zavala, to be followed by Ben Schwartz. Cindy?
Well, good afternoon. I'm Cindy Zavala, and I'm here in regards to the sign issue as far as real estate and being able to utilize the signs in the community. I've been in Santa Barbara on and off since 1970. So in our community. I'm in my 4th career now, and I'm a real estate agent now. I've been a dry cleaner, I've been a school bus driver, I've been an MTD driver, and now I'm a real estate agent. So I have changed with our community. And in this real estate community right now, having the signs available for us to be able to communicate with the general public is a very important issue. Some of these things that I do know is that signs are basis with our neighborhoods, showing people where to go, just even garage sale signs. I understand the county is trying to limit our sign usage. So when I started in 2019, I started as a brand new real estate agent, and then COVID hit. So I only had a little bit of time before that. Anyway, I digress. So garage sales signs are used in our community, giving the public opinion options to look forward and to being homeowners and aspirations for their future. Instrumental in marketing our community and providing the best services for our property owners who have housing available for new homes, housing projects, and housing which is an a current issue in our community, as we all know, and for our property owners in our county. So one of these things that in my brokerage, and I work for Keller Williams, and in our brokerage, we utilize these signs on a open house basis so that people can walk in and be able to see a home in Santa Barbara, and the people that can hopefully buy a home in Santa Barbara. So that's part of the equation. And that's what I came here today to talk to everyone about. And I wanted to express that feeling. My father was a World War II veteran, and he always came to city councils if he had some kind of issue. He instilled that part into me, and he said that if you want to say something, if you have an opinion, you need to come and you need to express it.
Great.
Thank you, Cindy.
So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And we will now go to our final speaker, Ben Schwartz. Ben?
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. Just first of all, I want to say that we're really excited about the solar microgrid RFQ, and then to quickly add 2 points of clarification based on the conversation that the board has had. The first is on the tax credit for systems, solar systems, battery storage systems, the investment tax credit. The base tax credit is 30%. But there are actually 2 add-ons. There is a 10% add-on for domestic materials and another 10% add-on for projects that are located in disadvantaged communities. So potentially the total tax credit can be as high as 50% for a project. And then on the question of NEM 2.0, the transition happened in April of 2023. And the policy states that a connection, if an application was submitted before that deadline, the last date for a connection, which will still be able to be grandfathered into NEM 2.0, is in April of 2026. So the board has 2 more years since those applications were submitted before a decision technically has to be finalized. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, let's start off with Supervisor Williams.
Well, Ben's comment was going to be part of mine. It really leads to the advice that I have for the Board of Supervisors. As your energy provider, I guess I would wear 2 hats for the 3CE and say, it's fine if you wait for 3CE, but actually from the county's perspective, financially, we got to go forward quickly. The difference of cost savings between NEM 2.0 and NEM 3 is significant, and the scale of those projects, while big and expensive, their payback period will be better, and I can tell you that will be better than those than current calculations, because current calculations don't factor in a battery incentive from 3CE. As I've told you, we just unveiled a systematic battery incentive for residential customers. While we don't have a commercial industrial battery program yet, we intend to have one. And the county of Santa Barbara is kind of like one of the good children of 3CE. So if the county asked for a battery incentive that was equivalent to the residential one, I'm sure we would get it. And so I think General Services and our partners should move forward with alacrity on those, especially the 2 bigger projects in NEM 2.0. I just want to also correct some data that will help actually with the amount of savings, because the staff keep on underreporting the amount of carbon-free energy coming out of 3CE. It's understandable because the numbers have changed so fast. In 2019, it was only 23%. The last year of official figures, it's 48%, actually, and some change, so almost 49%. And our current mix is in reality, though it's not an official figure reported to the state yet, is over 50%, about 52. And so that dramatically changes our carbon reduction potential in the calculations. I think that just adds more fuel to why we should do the electrification changes and to the work that we can do for solar battery changeovers in our buildings. I totally agree that commuting should be a big factor in what we do as a county. And I can tell you in Mona's defense that we've talked about this with all of the new buildings that have been proposed. I've asked department heads for numbers of how many employees are in North and South when they ask for a building for about the past 4 years. And I think we should definitely systematize that, both for housing and for carbon reduction reasons. We should be locating where the people are and where our employees are, both to save the environment, but also to keep our employees and to deal with the housing crisis.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you, Mr. Kaysen. I really appreciate your presentation. I'm always encouraging those who work hard and present to us to just speak to us, and you really did today. And so I could have this kind of update constantly, because there's so much that we're doing. There's so much that we can be doing. We are such huge players when it comes to our climate footprint, our resiliency footprint, our need to modernize, and you have a big job, and you explained it very well. I appreciate it. To me, it sort of feels like spring cleaning, the way that you feel when you take a look at your bills and you think, okay, wow, I've really spent a lot on, my water went up. What am I doing? And I think that, again, this is taxpayer money, and we feel that responsibility very heavily, and wanting to make sure that we're as prudent as possible is a priority. So again, I could have this update regularly because it's so important. So I just want to build on what Supervisor Nelson was talking about in terms of carpooling. I was pretty shocked to see that number, that 56% of our greenhouses come from employee commuting. And so I guess I don't need to dredge this back up, but where does it lie, within departments? Is that an HR function to figure out sort of our carpooling strategies? I know that Ventura County has, working with APCD, a model of sort of charging infrastructure, sharing the burden between fleet vehicles and carpooling. I just want to understand next steps of what's happening, and where does this, because sustainability and falls, I believe, within every department, where does this one, carpooling, sit?
Yeah, Supervisor Capps to the chair. It's my understanding, I just confirmed with Garrett, that our HR department oversees our Clean Commute program, in which him, myself, and a variety of others all participate in performing surveys and asking people, how they're getting to and from work, and what would need to change their behaviors and things like that. So, we all are participating in that level, but it is in the HR department in terms of incentivizing changing behaviors.
And Supervisor, if I might add, so actually when Supervisor Williams joined the county, he made a point of asking the similar question. So HR, under the prior director, did revamp our Clean Commute program, working with CSD. That was pre-COVID, though, and so maybe it could be that we need to take another look. But it was trying to incentivize carpools, figuring out incentives for people to carpool, take the bus, et cetera. But we can ask the HR department to take another look with CSD now that it's post-COVID and we have a different environment.
Yeah, I'd just be curious to see how remote, what has changed since the pandemic. I speak humbly because I have a 4-minute commute, and I'm very appreciative of that. So I respect the fact that it is a reality for the work that we do here. But I think that, I don't know if you were shocked by that number, if that's something that you live with, but 56% of our emissions coming from our own commuting. It does seem like a call to action to do better, to find out how we can do better so that we're not creating such a footprint. Okay, so then the next slide was on number 7. I don't know if we can pull it back up if that's easy. If not, but in terms of buildings, the fact that the Sheriff's Department is the largest emitter, what can we do with that?
Well, Supervisor Capps through the chair, we've got
22%, I believe, is that
Yeah.
right, of all of our buildings?
Yeah, and so this is total emissions, so it does include their fleet. They have a relatively large fleet, as we well know.
So it's fleet plus buildings.
And our jails are tough nuts to crack in terms of sustainability. Yeah, so that's
Is that our jurisdiction? Is that his jurisdiction? Again, I'm just trying to be constructive.
It was our board's jurisdiction when we decided not to build a new second stage of the Northern Bridge Jail. We could have gotten rid of the one we have right now and saved a bunch of GHGs, but we didn't do that, so.
Okay.
So now we're stuck with an old jail.
And I will mention just the conundrum that we find ourselves in often, these old buildings, to retrofit their systems to remove natural gas
Yeah.
is significantly more complex than even
starting-
more modern or newer buildings. Yeah.
Okay. All right, well.
That is a good point, though, that I don't think we really talk too much about. We do talk about what the maintenance costs are when we're talking about where
Yeah.
to build on, when we're talking about the jail. And we're going to be discussing that as we decide how we're going to move forward in the future. But I don't think we really ever talk about, I've never really heard too much of the conversation about GHGs and emissions and what that does. It's more cost of maintenance and stuff, so that has to be included in.
Okay, well, I'll look into that further. I just, again, I feel like we've had a breakthrough when it comes to power purchase agreements, and this emphasis in your presentation and the emphasis going forward. I hope that helps us as we face these daunting challenges, but also so much money that exists out there for programs. And we talked about some of the programs, 30% or plus to 10%. I mean, it makes. I hope we're to a point where we understand that we can actually save money in going in this direction. And you did raise the right point that we have to always balance fiscal responsibility with the need to be sustainable and energy efficient. But the tide is really changing in terms of the money that's available in these agreements. So I just ask, maybe you can just give me a lessons learned of the Better Avia project. I know that took a long time. How does that inform you going forward? I know it's a saga, but I just want to. I don't want to be Pollyanna about how hard these projects are. I'm a huge champion, a cheerleader for them, but I also recognize that I'm the one that gets to advocate, and you're the one that has to do the technical details. And so, if you could just speak briefly about a lesson learned going forward as we pursue power purchase agreements or other funding schemes.
Yeah, Supervisor Capps through the chair. Lessons learned at Better Avia begin well before my time here.
Sure.
And I'm a Bren School grad, so trust me when I say I want to see all these projects get in the ground and energized as soon as possible. There were a lot of design decisions made in that project that, looking back, we probably would have wished that we wouldn't have made. Costs, COVID, and the list goes on in terms of things that were outside of our control. But within our control, and we can, moving forward, be more thoughtful exactly how we want these systems to function and work with our contractors and our partners to ensure that those supply chains exist and that there aren't anything that we could to mitigate upfront. So, there are a lot of things that we learned from the Better Avia project, and no need to point fingers really at anyone, but the project as it stands today is an incredibly good project, and it's going to produce, I did the math earlier, the project should produce about $7 million in net present value. So discounting, future costs to present day value, I mean, that's incredible in terms of what it provides for us. And now, considering we're applying for the tax credit, that money is on top of that potentially, in terms of if we consider that revenue, which it could be considered so. Moving forward, it's really not clear whether owning projects or doing PPAs is the best decision for us, which is why I'm so excited about this RFQ, because we will really be able to see the proof is in the pudding and know exactly, how we want to move forward. And we could do a variety of ownership and power purchase agreements. Just depends on how things play out. But that's a big reason why we're so thrilled to see the results of this RFQ.
Well, and I know, Mr. Kaysen and our whole sustainability team, you share this vision. I just firmly believe that our county could be a national leader when it comes to our own footprint, our own buildings, our own fleet, our own emissions, our own carpooling strategies. Why not? I mean, if it should happen here. I know it's easier said than done, but again, I saw it happen with our schools in Santa Barbara. We were 100% reliant on fossil fuels, and soon we'll be, about 90% reliant on renewables. It can happen, and I just give you my full support and stand ready to support as we move this forward. And again, just having these two presentations today was energizing, and I appreciate the foresight to put them together so that we can really dive in for this length of time, and appreciate the work that you all do every day. And the fact that we have Bren, we have such a resource in so many bright minds that come out of our institutions that are way ahead, galaxies ahead of where we are. So thanks for your vision. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, I just had a couple of points, not really questions. And the first has to do with the rising cost of energy. And interesting statistic at 3CE that a third of our cost goes to the actual energy, and solar is really dropping dramatically in price, but 2/3 is the distribution system. And you mentioned the fires and hardening our grid. So people don't understand that when they get their bill necessarily. The other thing is about electric vehicles. I think we've asked the sheriff a number of times to pilot using electric, and they are doing it in other law enforcement agencies. So it has been piloted elsewhere, and it is effective, but they're patrolling and driving a lot. So I don't know what we might do to encourage him, but if there is something, I'd like to know it. And then in terms of our own employees, I wonder if there's any way to incentivize purchase of electric cars by them. If we organize something to do it in a large scale, if there would be discounts, or if you could explore something like that.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, excuse me. Thank you, Chair Lavanino. I thought I heard, so is the Better Avia project eligible for the tax credit? Is that what I heard? Okay, that's good news. And are we taking those funds and are we turning those back to the our utility IST? Is that where these dollars are end up housed? That might be it.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that's actually a question that I presented last week. So we've been so focused on trying to figure out what exactly it's going to take to submit a tax return that we haven't quite landed on where that money is going to finally live and arrive. But that's an important question.
Yeah, because I mean, that's something I've been, this makes a lot more sense when we talk about this investment. If it's all in the internal service fund, that's great, because then, that we're lowering rates that affects, all departments. We're not tapping into the general fund, which is competing for other capital dollars that I'm obviously hard at work at trying to acquire for other projects, so that, I would rather these things not compete. And if it's in the ISF, it seems like that's a good place for these things to operate, because we can do our own kind of financing. We can borrow, we can lend money to the ISF, and I think that's, and for those that don't speak county, that's internal service fund. So it's its own essentially utility that we pay ourselves that. And so I'm really encouraged that to move forward. The RFQ, my next question on there is, so in that RFQ, we're going to ask people to propose projects, right? Is that how that's going to work?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we have identified the project sites that yeah.
Right. So they're going to propose what they could do, but and part of that is, and you will flip the switch by April 2026. That's in the RFQ.
To be able to meet the net energy metering requirements, yes.
Okay. I mean, I just think that that's a really powerful thing we're going to think about here. I know that future projects aren't going to take as long as Better Avia, but any project in Santa Barbara County is going to take a year. We're already at, October of 2024. When is this RFQ going out? When are we getting it back?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I don't have the timeline in front of me, but the expectation is to release it this month.
Okay.
So contractors will need some time to digest it, do the request for
Yeah, we're going to run the
information.
clock out here, guys, and
Yeah.
we're not going to have any other choice but to abandon the NIM 2.0 if we're not careful. So whatever that RQ, it should say that we have to be flipping the switch as a condition of that project on April 2026. So I want that on the potential bidder, that that's a responsibility in their financing. If they can do that, we're going to have to probably pay a premium to do that. But maybe they'll present it both ways, pre-April 26 and post-April 26. So I think that really needs to be a part of that process. And then I support carpooling. I know that was mentioned here, but what's better than carpooling is siting, because when some of our employees have to carpool and versus working someplace near them, that's potentially a couple hours on that they're not coaching Little League. They're driving back and forth, that they're not being compensated. So siting, I think, is even more important. I know in school districts, it's a little different because, you can't really move the schools, but we're a big county. We can site things almost anywhere. There are things that are operational that have to be critical to places, but I definitely think that overarching look, and our first question should be siting to the employees first, meet them where they're at, before we go down the other route in the future. Because I think that's the biggest number. We see it on there. And carpooling, it's a great program, and we can incentivize it all day long, but a lot of people will choose not to do that because they need the flexibility because of their home situation or a lot of other million of things that go on. And we do have a great program. We have the Clean Air Express. I mean, we are already a leader in that space. We have internet on there. Some people can actually, I don't know if they could start to work on their way there or not, but it's a great program and opportunity that we have there. So I think we're hitting that pretty well, but I think that what we need to do is to really start thinking about locations of facilities.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate all the work gone in today. All right, so we're kind of running out of energy up here. So can I get a motion to move items A through D?
So moved.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. All those, we have to do a roll call?
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman? And Chair Lavanino.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
And Mr. Chair, just because we may be running out of a little energy, it should be reiterated that General Services has been doing an amazing job on the EV build out stuff in particular, but also the energy efficiency. It's really, the department has a lot of incredible energy these days, and should be lauded.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Okay, we're now heading to recessing to closed session. County Council, can you please read the items for consideration today?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board is scheduled to hear 3 items of existing litigation: Solis versus the county and Castellon versus the county. Those are both Santa Barbara County Superior Court cases. And County of Santa Barbara versus Lori Corson. It's also a Santa Barbara County Superior Court case. And 1 item of real property negotiations. The property is 2545 Golden Gate Avenue and 2542, 2554 Banner Street in Summerlin, California. The agency negotiators are General Services Director Kirk Lagerquist and Public Works Director Chris Snedden. The negotiating parties are Phyllis Noble, Michael Brinkerhoff, and David Lafitte. Under negotiation is price and terms of payment. And including a little bit of time to eat lunch, I think we should be able to be done in an hour.
Okay, we'll plan on returning about 5 after 2.
I'm going to embrace revenue.
All right, we're reconvening the meeting of October 1st. County Council, can you please report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on 3 items of existing litigation: Solis versus the county, Castellon versus the county, and the county versus Lori Corson, and also 1 item of real property negotiations as listed in the agenda, and the board took no reportable action.
Okay, we are adjourned until October 8th, Tuesday in Santa Maria.